call the roll.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Elper.
Here.
Commissioner Abene.
Present.
President Forney.
Here.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Can I have a motion for the approval of our meeting minutes from March 1st?
So moved. Second?
There we go. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving right along. Look at y'all, efficient and everything. All right, we won't have our reports of officers today, but we do have a presentation or a small announcement by our superintendent, Al Bangor.
Yeah, thank you, President, as a pro temp, it's
President Pro Tem?
Smith, Pro Temp Smith, thank you. I was about to say the wrong thing there, but so thank you. And Commissioners, good to see everybody. I want to give a quick update in really an effort for us. Well, we know there's a lot of discussion around the emerald ash borer and the trees, in particular in our community. And so we wanted to be very proactive and engage the community. And so we have, like literally hot off the press, we are going to be in the community on 4 meetings that are going to be very important for us at our community centers. We're working with Forestry and our staff to really engage and be out in the community and to really be present with the community to hear their concerns and then also answer questions and really get some of the fundamental things that maybe are misunderstood or if we need to share things that folks don't know about. So it's very important for us to really get out and engage. So we have 4 meetings that are set up. And these are the dates, and we will then all, again, post these too, so everybody will be aware of these. But we will have them Monday, April 10th, from 6 p.m. to 7:30. Virtual will be on Zoom. So we have 1 meeting that will be on Zoom virtual. For folks that can't necessarily make meetings to the facility, we wanted to have a Zoom meeting for people so they can attend and be present. Wednesday, April 12th, from 6 o'clock p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at Harrison Recreation Center. The one that just changed a moment ago is that we'll have on April 17th at headquarters from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And then the last one will be Saturday, April 22nd from 10:30 a.m. to 12 noon at Creekview. And again, if you have any questions, we will post these. And if you have any questions, please contact us. And again, this is a real effort to be present in the community, to listen to our constituents and concerns around the emerald ash borer. We hear you, and we want to be out in the community to really listen and respond and address your concerns. So if you have any questions, let us know. And I just wanted to make sure we update the community on that. Again, we will present that and have that posted. And I have one more. Is that okay if I go to the next one? Okay, is that okay? All right, and then one other thing, since we have no report of officers, but I do want to have Chief Ohado step up to the podium and introduce. I'll let him do the introductions, but very excited to have Chief here and our new lieutenant.
Commissioners, thank you for some time this evening. At the last board meeting, we recognized the service of Lieutenant Mark Swanson, who served the board for 47 years. But tonight, I am very pleased to announce the promotion of our newest lieutenant, Andrew Klein, who was promoted effective Sunday. Lieutenant Klein is a 10-year member of the Park Police Department, having worked as a Park Patrol agent and officer and as a sergeant over the course of the last 10 years. He's a graduate from the University of Minnesota, and he will be managing all of our patrol operations. So much of the work that takes place in the field will fall under the purview of Lieutenant Klein. So I just wanted him to be introduced to the board tonight and for you to be able to see his face and recognize him when we're out in the parks. Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome. And I have a few announcements to make of dates, so commissioners, get out your calendars. April 3rd, 2023, we will launch 140 plus years, Our Parks, Our Stories. This year, we will celebrate 140 plus years of Minneapolis park history through a year-long project called 140 plus years, Our Parks, Our Stories. We are creating a community archive that will be a recognition of both documented and undocumented history communities and the interwoven stories that make up our renowned park system. We celebrate the past while also looking forward to the future through the uncovering of new stories that haven't been heard. Our Parks, Our Stories will activate participatory storytelling, archival remembering, and the collection of community stories within our parks. Watch for more information and share your story. And then other announcements I have is that we will not be having a meeting on April 5th because that is Passover. The 12th, I believe, is the next meeting we will be of our full board. May 3rd will be our first budget retreat. So mark that down. May 17th is our second budget retreat. Then July 5th, the Admin and Finance Committee will be setting the levy. July 19th, the full board then will be setting the levy. So please keep your calendars marked up with all of those. And then the last thing I have to share is the fact that the governor of Minnesota has signed the proclamation that acknowledges this 140 years. And so if everybody would join in, each commissioner, if you can read a whereas, I would appreciate it, starting with Commissioner Thompson. Woo-hoo.
Thank you very much. Whereas, on February 27th, 1883, Governor Lucius Hubbard approved Special Laws 1883, Chapter 281, which established the Board of Park Commissioners of the City of Minneapolis and provided for the designation, acquisition, and improvement of lands to create public parks and parkways in the City of Minneapolis. And
Whereas the Minneapolis Park System has contributed to the quality of life in Minneapolis and Minnesota by protecting the environment, responding to climate change, honoring cultural traditions, implementing quality youth and intergenerational programs, and caring for park assets and natural resources. And
Whereas the Minneapolis Park System has won multiple national awards and is recognized for providing Minneapolitans, all Minnesotans, as well as national and international visitors with access to city lakes, the Mississippi River, natural areas, and over 55 miles of interconnected parkways and 102 miles of trails in its more than 7,000 acres of land and water. And
Whereas the Minneapolis Park System has been a partner with the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, the Walker Arts Center with the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden, and other organizations in facilitating arts and cultural efforts in the state. And
Whereas the Minneapolis Park System attracts over 30 million visits annually to parks and trails throughout the city, played a central role in revitalizing the Minneapolis Mississippi riverfront, and in downtown Minneapolis, it is now working with the city to revitalize the river in North and Northeast Minneapolis and reclaim it as a natural and recreational resource. And
Whereas the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's mission is to permanently preserve, protect, maintain, improve, and enhance its natural resources, parkland, and recreational opportunities for current and future generations, and to dismantle historic inequities in the provision of park and recreation opportunities for all people to gather, celebrate, contemplate, and engage in activities that promote health, well-being, community, and the environment. And
Whereas February 27th, 2023 marks the 140th year of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, it is important to call special attention to the significant event in the history of Minneapolis and our state. And
During the 140-year celebration, the park system has special emphasis on the positive impact Parks and Recreation Board program and facilities have on the health of our neighbors, communities, and our city and state.
Now, therefore, the Minnesota State Senate encourages all excuse me, we have two different things here. The State Senate of Minnesota that has encouraged all residents of Minneapolis and their guests to participate in the year-long celebration honoring this park system. We pay tribute to the people of Minneapolis for their foresight in creating such a fine park and recreation system and look forward to the same dedication and effort during the next 140 years. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Senate is directed to prepare an enrolled copy of this resolution to be authenticated by the Secretary Secretary's signature and that of the Chair of the Senate Rules and Administration Committee and transmit it to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. This is signed by Tom Boton, the Secretary of the Senate, as well as Carrie Disick, who is Senate Majority Leader, who I extend my hope for a speedy recovery and from her surgery. Anyway, thank you all. It's an honorific day and appreciate this proclamation. So, on to you.
Secretary Ringel?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. One note, there's an item in committee, admin finance, that if all amendments are approved to that item, there's a request to bring it from committee to full board, and that's 2023-38. So the request is that you would leave the meeting open. You wouldn't recess, or you'd recess, you wouldn't adjourn. Let that committee have its work done and then come back if you need to.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving right along, are there any reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees? Thinking about it? All right.
Yes, sorry, I don't have my notes with me left them at home. I went to the MWMO board meeting yesterday, and some really exciting work has been done with the MWMO. I know many of you see that as it's a great conduit for getting work done in the city, and the Upper Harbor terminal work, there's so much importance there. But what I was really struck at is the MWMO is examining how their projects and how they've been implemented, and looking at the maintenance or the neglect that might have been done with projects that they've done in the past, and examining how they can keep up with the stormwater projects so that they don't go back to where there's overweeding, weeds go to seeds. They're noticing some issues around projects that have been done in the past over the 20-year period and how they can address that. And, we've been such the beneficiary of a lot of the projects from MWMO. There's going to be an examination of how those projects are working out and what the responsibility is of the grantees, and then also how maybe workforce development could help support our collaborations around the green team and things like that. So really exciting work over at MWMO, and thanks to all the people who really facilitated that collaboration between the Upper Harbor and the Park Board and the city, and really complex work. And I think that the staff of the MWMO deserve some credit for that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Mins. Any other updates? All right, seeing none, we're moving right along to our consent business. Commissioner Alper, as I go for your light. So can we have an approval to move, or anybody want to pull anything for discussion?
Yes, thanks. I'd like to pull a resolution 2023-42 for discussion, and then if nobody else has anything else, I can make a motion.
Anybody else have any other items?
I'll make a motion to move the consent agenda from 2023-53 down to 2023-46, excluding 2023-42.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Alper?
I would like to move Resolution 2023-42 for the purposes of discussion.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Nope.
No, never mind, just kidding. Discussion, Commissioner Alper.
Yes, thanks. I would like to propose, move the amendment that you have in your packets. This is a really important committee, the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission. And I'm really excited that it's getting bylaws that we're approving tonight. So my proposal, well, I guess I can just say it and then we can have a discussion, right? So I would like to move the amendment that there be 18 instead of 17 MTAC members with the addition of an MPRB arborist representative.
Second?
May I speak to that amendment, if it's okay? President Pro Tem Smith?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. The reason I made this, I think it's really important for our residents to have that on-the-ground perspective of what it takes to keep our tree canopy in good working order. I think I've worked with a number of residents who are very passionate about our tree canopy, maintaining it, improving it, and I think understanding the conditions of an on-the-ground arborist would be of value to this group here. I looked it up. A typical size of a commission like this, they range from city commissions, 16 to 33. So adding one additional member, I don't think will make it too large. I really see benefits for our residents, and I also think this would be a relatively minor cost. We could do this in many different ways, and maybe I'll encourage the MTAC commissioner representative that we have on the board, because we've connected about this, if you wouldn't mind speaking to those options, Commissioner Menz. But I think I see a lot of value in this. It's 12 meetings a year. It's hour and a half per meeting, 18 hours of somebody's time. So that's why I'm putting this forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz?
Yes, thank you for letting me speak, President Pro Tem Smith. I'm in agreement with this to the bylaws as a short-term member of MTAC. It's been sort of a slow grow for me, even figuring out the meeting schedule. So I am not an experienced member on MTAC as of yet. Commissioner Musich would have a lot more perspective on this from the past. However, I do really like this amendment because it allows our staff at a different level to engage in some of the higher level work that is necessary for the park board to really function. And I do agree with Commissioner Alper that this committee has a lot of potential and is really important, and I really commend the committee for submitting these bylaws to the group and working really hard to be thoughtful about that. I think that our board should be really trying to include more of those what I call ground level employees in this work. And this is a really great example of how we can do that. So I'm very supportive. It's just a matter of how we figure out how that person is selected, or how that works and how we pay for it. But I know that in speaking with employees want this to be a part of their professional growth in some ways. I mean, this is professional growth for people to be involved in these and have their ideas and their experiences really valued at a higher level that we like to say in bureaucracy. So I'm very supportive of this amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. So I think the way we select this person is the president chooses them. At least that's how the language reads to me right now. But the question I have is I guess for our forestry director. Right now, I believe we have an arborist attending the meeting as our staff liaison. So could you clarify that for me, whether or not Philip Patyandi, the staff person that's assigned to this committee, is a certified arborist?
Yeah, President Forney, Commissioner Musich, Philip Patyandi attends. He's not an official member, but
Right.
he does attend the meetings. And now Danny Schumerth, our outreach coordinator, also attends. And then I'm on there as the liaison member.
Okay, and of the three of you, are any of you certified arborists here in the state of Minnesota?
Myself and Philip are. And
Okay.
Danny will become one.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, I appreciate it. So, adding someone to the commission gives them voting privileges on the commission. And I'm wondering if that's what we're looking to do here, or if we truly just would like to see arborist representation being at those meetings. So I'd like a little bit of clarification from my colleagues that are excited about this to help me understand if that's what you're looking for, is for them to have the ability to vote on things that are coming out of the committee.
Is that directed to the amendment?
Yes, directed to the amendment.
Author?
Anybody else? Commissioner Schaefer, I saw your light come on, would you?
I have another question for Director Sievert. You had mentioned, or I had mentioned in the report, that the business representative and the tree care professional positions were vacant. Can you give us an update on them and when you think you will be appointing those positions, and if you need suggestions?
President Forney, Commissioner Schaefer, they're vacant mainly because we didn't have a avenue on how to fill them. So the bylaws actually puts in place a way we can fill them. And we're always open to suggestions for, especially that business developer position. The position that's a tree care professional, we have enough contacts that we should be able to find someone within our Minnesota Society of Arboriculture world. And there's a lot of actual tree care people that live in the city. So that should be something that's easily done.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Commissioner Menz, did you want to speak to Commissioners?
I can only speak for myself. Thank you, Commissioner Research, for that question. I'm looking for the voting. I think that representation from workers who are at different levels in the hierarchy is important. And even if it's just one vote, it's representation at a different level. And I think that is important in these committees that we have 18 members. I think we could have one member voting who's sort of at the ground level of worker. I would argue this for other committees as well that we might have out there.
Commissioner Albert.
Thanks, and I can speak to that as well as the amendments author, and I can just say I agree with Commissioner Menz on that, too. I would say I think the intent was to have somebody who has arborist in their title, who's part of a crew, who goes out daily, who's up there in a bucket truck or climbing trees as their regular job that might be a non-salaried employee. That was, and yes, a voting member.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I just also a point of clarification, and I apologize if this is written and I missed something. Would this position be appointed by the president of the board? Okay. Based on staff recommendation, or, I mean, we haven't gotten into the weeds on that yet? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion?
Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I would ask maybe the superintendent, is this a union position in the organization?
Vice President Pro Temp Smith and Commissioner Abene, the position that is being asked to be on,
Yes.
yes, it is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking for a moment there, but it is a union position.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's fine, but I would hope that the union contract allows for, sort of, vague categories of, participating in committees and meetings, and that we don't get the idea that we have to codify this in any kind of a particular union contract. I think that would get in the way of the spirit of this and the opportunity, because then it becomes maybe a more competitive position on this committee. I mean, sometimes that can create unintended consequences. But I hear what everyone's saying, and I do support this idea. There's some subject matter expertise there that is not only in the area of trees, but particular to the park board that I think could really be valuable to this work. But hopefully it will just be able to be done under sort of general contract rules.
Thank you. President Forney.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. First of all, I just want to say that I love the recommendations that the advisory committee is making to us as far as increasing the membership, and that they are district specific, so I'm very pleased. I have some reservations about this particular amendment, and I think actually, Commissioner Benny, you're speaking to some of them, and I feel as if there's going to be a budget impact that I just don't know what the ramifications are. And in hearing that, Director Sievert has already indicated that usually he's attending or Philip is attending. Anyway, Danny will be. Anyway, I feel that the representation is there. Whether the voting, I haven't heard that there's, shall we say, any contention or whatever in the voting. So I'm not sure that's a, I hear the elevation of, as a possibility of a perk, shall we say, but I'm not sure that's needed. I guess I would strongly suggest going back to the advisory committee to ask, is this something that you would like to have? And so I would recommend that we pass on the amendment right now, but at least move the resolution, like I say, of the, what the tree advisory has recommended as far as membership. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
From my understanding, this board is a volunteer, all volunteer board. So I would think it would be something that the staff would volunteer to do, but maybe there is some conflict with contract.
All right. Commissioner Misic.
Thank you, Vice President Smith. I would ask that we understand a little bit better the ramifications of modifying this in the nature that is being proposed here before we move forward with this change. And if that means we don't adopt the bylaws this evening, then perhaps it would be wise to table it to our next meeting. I'm sorry, postpone to our next meeting to allow us to have a better understanding of impacts to the contract language, defining this in such a way that it would qualify the persons that you're looking to have fill that role. I may come up with other questions before then, but those I think are the two important ones. I would hate for us to cause strife with our unions. So, yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Commissioner Mins, for the third time.
That was responding to the other question, so I'm hoping that you'll, so as the member on the MTAC, I mean, and maybe Director Sievert can tell me, I don't have my calendar right up here, I forgot my iPad, but when's the next MTAC meeting?
Vice President Smith and Commissioner Mens, it's tomorrow night.
Oh, there you go. So, should have had that on my radar. Geez, too many things on Thursday. So maybe we could discuss this at the meeting tomorrow, and we could bring these up at the next meeting, because I don't want to drop this amendment, because I do think that there is very small budgetary, if any, budgetary impact. I mean, it might be a volunteer position from the union worker, or it might be paid at overtime, which might cost $900. We might stipend it. Who knows what we could do? We do this in the school district a lot, where like if there's extra responsibility, it might be stipended for the year, like $750 or something. I think that the real thing that workers are hoping for is voice and representative voice. And I think that that's important on these committees, and I don't think it's going to have that big of an impact, but I think that the committee, maybe we should talk about it.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item to the next meeting in March, which I'm sorry, I don't know the date off the top of, I'm sorry, April 12th, thank you. To be discussed further at that time, and in the interim, I would hope that staff can get some answers to the questions that we've raised this evening, and that our representative to MTAC can discuss this change with the committee itself.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, hearing none, it is carried over until April 12th. And it's 5:29, and so it is open time, and I'll read the open time rules for you all. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or you can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes with a time limit to be allotted by the president. Please watch the timer, which is here, to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate, and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. Two types of items are not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals. Those are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all comments you make tonight comply with the policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may speak only for their own allotted amount of time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address if comfortable. We have 5 speakers for open time, and we'll give you 3 minutes. The first speaker we have is Larry Crawford.
Good evening, Commissioners, Superintendent, and Council. I'm Larry Crawford from Como neighborhood on the east side of the city. Como neighbors, like everyone else, celebrate the jewel of the Minneapolis park system, the Grand Rounds. It's something that the Como neighborhood on the east side has been waiting to enjoy along with other Minneapolis neighborhoods patiently, actually very patiently, because it's now been 100 years since major portions of the Grand Rounds went into operation, providing such great benefits to the adjacent Minneapolis neighborhoods. We're happy to notice that now some of the pieces are coming together this year in 2023 to complete the Grand Rounds along the east side of Minneapolis. A group of 7 Como neighbors, including past association presidents and board members, have been working with commissioners and our representatives since last summer to help move that process ahead. I want to remind the commissioners that the full year Citizens Advisory process back in 2008 selected a route along the east side of the Como neighborhood near the Highway 280 and St. Paul border as the selected preferred route, and that was unanimously accepted by the commissioners on the board at that time. In 2016, after a 5-year input process, the Como Neighborhood Small Area Plan again reaffirmed that selected route for the so-called missing link, missing section of the Grand Rounds. And then in 2019, when the regional trail planning study was done, it again, for a 3rd time, selected the same east side route, east of 29th Avenue in the Como neighborhood. Since last fall, Como's representatives at the state, Carrie Diedzik, Sidney Jordan, Mohammed Noor, have been working hard to provide vitally important support funding for completion of the Grand Rounds, and we're eagerly looking forward to that taking place. In addition, in recent months, the 2 Como neighborhood city council members have also come forward to say that they, in fact, support completion of the Grand Rounds along that selected route. So we have additional input then from Robin Wansley and Elliot Payne. Now, the selected route obviously will have challenges, but every section of the Grand Rounds presented its own unique challenges for completion. We think that only by following the selected route can something that is truly grand, that will fit and be compatible with the rest of the Grand Rounds construction, can be done in Como, because it's so important that adjacent to the parkway and the bikeway, that there'll be recreational space, green space, and park space, so that people living in East Como have the same 6-block access to adjacent green space and park space that over 90% of the rest of the city already enjoys, and which we've been waiting so many years to see. I'm happy to tell you that in the last night, the Como Association approved the same approach, and we're looking forward to working with you to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next up is Rachel Spies. I'm sorry, I might have butchered your last name. Spees, there we go. Thanks, Mins.
All right. I'm Rachel Spees. I actually live in East St. Paul, but I'm here representing my softball program, which is 612 Fast Pitch, the only traveling fast pitch program in Minneapolis. I'm also a part of the grassroots group in Minneapolis called Play Ball. Back in September, I'd come to speak in favor of the creation of a technical advisory committee for diamond sports. Today, I'm firstly here to say thank you for supporting the public's request for that and committing to the analysis and improvement of fields across the city. Our program looks forward to working with the parks to make needed changes and lend actual hands with certain tasks to accomplish this work. 612 is ready and has been ready since the approval of this committee was made. Knowing that this process will begin next week under its new title of Project Advisory Committee, we hope that further progress can be made with a greater sense of urgency. With 18 teams taking the field this spring, your fields, we will relive the same issues we have always faced with facilities since our inception in 2005. Last year alone, 612 took out 315 permits for fields use with Parks and Rec. That's 315 opportunities to provide young athletes with fields that allow them to play their sport according to the rules, not including the 22 permits used for Jackson Square Park, which in my opinion is an adequate softball field. This leaves 293 missed opportunities for supplying properly equipped fields. Our goal by next spring is to eliminate missed opportunities. With this, we ask that you keep diamond sports needs at the top of your list. You will be hearing from us again soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Mitchell Hansen.
Hello, I'm Mitchell Hansen. Thanks for having me. Also appreciate the Emerald Ash Borer meetings coming up. That means a lot. Kind of took away from what I was going to talk about a little bit, but yeah, I just wanted to touch on. So just going to continue where I was going to speak before. So in like December 2022, in the minutes for the Minneapolis Street Advisory Committee or Commission, I know you probably remember me back not that long ago saying that we felt that there were disproportionate impacts on people of color. In the bottom of those minutes, it specifically states that 50% or more of those forest tree removals were concentrated in areas of people of color. So literally in plain writing from the commission themselves, proving our original point. And that's just a fact. You can look at the minutes yourself. They're from December. And I know like later this session you're gonna be voting at, or like I think you're gonna be talking about like racial equity plans and stuff like that. And I don't see a better opportunity than to address something like this, where it's that we know for a fact now that it's disproportionately affecting people of color. It's in writing. And I don't know what the actual percentage is, but like I really appreciate, like Superintendent Bangura was saying, like we're gonna have discussions about this, and I'm really like looking forward to that. But I also think it's important to keep in mind that like there's a lot of trauma in these communities, and there's not a lot of trust. So for this to happen, I feel like basically at least granting an extension to homesteads that are implicated during this listening period would be fair. That may be a tall ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I know it's not like a resolution I can propose, but I would just like to encourage you to think about it. And then also not something I can propose, but at least just a 60 to 80% AMI for deferment, because I'm having people come to me now. We're having to raising money on our own. We're exhausting our own neighborhood association money. We can't just fund people to keep them in their homes, and that's what we're doing right now. And it's not fair. We shouldn't have to exhaust our NRP dollars for this. I think we can seek funding hopefully from the governor, and I think if we could actually get some funding to help remove trees, but also plant trees, so that we can maintain the urban canopy. Because like I care about trees too. Like I want an urban canopy, but if there's only so many trees on public property, and that's actually one thing that like Philip was talking to me on Saturday. He's just telling me like there's not an infinite amount. Like we have to focus on both. So how can we all work together to do that, to work on both, while not forcing people to have to worry about losing their homes? And I think there's an avenue towards that, and it seems like Superintendent Bangura is committed to that, or at least having those discussions, and I'm like really grateful for that. But I would just really like to continue working together and just finding a way to just make this work, and just, if we're talking about equity, like let's actually make it happen. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Dale Molfinger.
Thank you, Commissioners, and we really appreciate the hard work you do to keep our special parks open and available for everyone. I'm here to represent the Linden Hills Bocce Club, and we are now a 5.5-year-old club that has been playing bocce in Linden Hills for that time, and we've created 2 courts, and we filled them up for roughly 4 nights a week. And so we're up to 28 teams last year, presumably probably about 32 teams this year playing. So that's well over 130 players, probably more like closer to 150. We play 2 sessions through the year, one starting in early May and running until 4th of July, and we take a week off, and then we have a second session that runs until Labor Day. And it's been a very, it's been an organization that really supports the neighborhood. Most of our players walk to the courts because they live so close to the courts. The 4 of us who started the club represent over 200 years of living in Linden Hills, myself over 50 years. So it's a very local thing. We had a 5-year contract with the park board that was due, and we, since last fall, we're negotiating an extension of that contract, which we assumed was ready to roll, and got in front of you, I believe, and all of a sudden on Friday, we found out that that might not be moving forward, and we were about a day away from sending out our notices for team signups, because we have a very limited amount of time to get the signups, get everybody structured into teams, get all the teams managed in terms of who's playing what night when. We also have a lot of maintenance to do in a very short period of time between when the thaw comes out and when our games begin, in order to put the courts back in shape for the full summer's use. Up until this point, we've done all the organization and management and or maintenance ourselves. We understand you might have some interest in our doing more work with staff. In that regard, we're certainly amenable to doing that. We just need to know what it is, how we do that. So I suggested that rather than to table the contract, that you might extend it for a year while we and staff try and figure out how do we come back and come into line with what you find normative. We have always worked closely with the Beltrami people, the Northeast Bocce Club, and they have always been our mentors, if you will. We've looked up to them for guidance for what we do, and we continue to do that. So thank you very much, and I'll be available if anybody has questions.
Thank you. Next up is David Youth.
Thank you, President Freeman and board members. I hadn't intended to speak to the board today, and so I'm somewhat prepared, but thank you. My name is David Luce. I live at 426 29th Avenue North, directly across the street from Farview Rec Center. In talking with MPRB employees, I've been informed that they are aware of this serious problem and are limited in what they can do to address it. And it's the problem of car thefts by young teenagers who do not necessarily steal the cars from park property, but they use the park rec centers, I guess several rec centers, according to my information, in the city of Minneapolis, as staging areas and areas, places where they can do a drive-by and wave to their friends in the parking lot or in front of the building. So it's endangering children, it's endangering residents of the neighborhood. They drive recklessly around the neighborhood. I've seen this with my own eyes, with kids hanging out the windows of the cars, waving at their friends in the parking lot and acting like this is just the greatest thing to do. Apparently it's something that they learned on TikTok, how to jumpstart Kias and Hyundai vehicles. It's a problem that I know has come to the attention of our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, but I think it's not, it seems not to be high on the priority list of law enforcement, either at the city or county level. And I was meaning to go up the line with these agencies to talk to them about it, but I came here on a related matter, and I realized it was the board meeting, so I wanted to talk to you, and I don't know how up to date you are on this problem, but it's a serious one, and I don't know where it is on your to-do list. So neighbors of mine on 6th Street, which is, my driveway is on 6th Street, my house is on 29th Avenue North. The kids staged the cars on 6th Street. They even staged them in my driveway and my next door neighbor's driveway, and act in a very threatening manner if you approach them. And then they go around the corner to the, around the corner to the rec center, which is out of sight of where they park the cars on 6th Street, and they hang out with their friends, and they use the facilities as they would normally, and then they come back out and retrieve the cars from the street or from the driveways and do another round. So I don't know how many rec centers are affected by this, but it makes me feel like Farview Park and these other rec centers are becoming public nuisances and life-threatening in instances. And the latest incident was, I think, 2 days ago. And so I went over to the rec center, I was talking to staff, and while I was there, a boy who was probably no more than 10, came into the building after riding around the block with the older kids that had this stolen car. So
David, we're going to have to stop. We have a public hearing. I'm sorry, we're going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
So I hope that the board is made aware of this problem and addresses it with staff.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, moving right along, we have a public hearing. Oh, we're going to close open time, my apologies. And moving right along to a public hearing. And we have one write-in comment, but we have a presentation by Secretary Ringo.
President Pro Tem Smith, sorry, while we get the projector to come up, 1 second. All right, well, by me doing this, it means the next person will have easy access to, to the resources, so 1 more second. President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioners, thank you for your patience as we waited for that to come up. I am going to do a more abbreviated version of this, but because you saw much of this at the last meeting that we had as a study item. So I'm mainly going to hit the kind of essential points for the public and for the purpose of having your public hearing, and then we can move on to the writing comment. So again, this considers naming an overlook at East 44th Street and West River Parkway to Horace W.S. Cleveland Overlook. This is a request that is nearly 10 years old. So this one has been in the hopper for almost 10 years. It started in 2014 and was renewed again in 2017. We don't have anything on the books that has been in the works for this long at this point. It was originally nominated by Commissioners Vreeland, Musich, and at the time, President Walensky. As part of the nomination process, there are several notifications we have to make, including all of the neighborhoods that are adjacent to or abut the park, and this is a regional park that this is in, so there's quite a few neighborhoods. We have to let the council member know that's near the project. In this case, it is Council Member Johnson. All of you have received notifications. Assistant Superintendent for Planning has, I have, so we have completed that. One of the next steps we have to do is we actually, because it's in a regional park, we have to contact Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission, and the State Historic Preservation Office. And we typically do that for regional park type of namings. Again, just a reminder, the location is here along the Mississippi River Gorge on the West River Parkway side. At our last meeting, we talked over some of the significant contributions of Horace W.S. Cleveland, so I won't repeat those. We also talked about the public hearing lineup, so the next hearing will be on August 16th. We talked about the key commissioners who have to be at the hearings in order to keep us on target, and we're anticipating the final vote on October 18th. So the notifications for these is it's 10 days prior to tonight in a paper of general circulation. The paper we use for that is the Star Tribune. We also do a Gov delivery, and it's on our website. There's a few items added to this particular slide. We had talked about this on our last meeting as well, but wanted to give you a sense of the other namings that are in process, and also some of the new piece here is some of the most recent namings that we have completed. So first of all, the next naming that you will see hit its final completion after this one is the Eddie Manderville Chalet at Theodore Wirth Park. And that will come, I believe, in November of this year. You will know that there's an Excel Field one that is in process. That won't come until 2025 based on the 2-year time frame that's mandatory. See, there's a little error in how my dot points are, but the Rick Recker Trail will come in 2025 as well. The Maddie Clark Storytelling Circle, I'm anticipating that'll be 2025 as well, but we're still working on the exact location of where that would be in North Commons. The others, I didn't have specific dates, but that at least gives you a sense of kind of the frequency that we're coming at. The one that might be a nomination that is nearly as old as this one is actually the one for the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park. There's a name change recommended in that master plan. I wanted to just highlight a few namings we have done recently. This building, Mary Merrill Minneapolis Park Board Headquarters Building, Solomon Hughes Senior Clubhouse at Hiawatha Golf Course, Annie Young Meadow, Bridalveil Gardens, and then of course the change to Bede-Makaska. And now we have public hearing. I'll go back to my desk so I can read this.
Thank you.
This is from David Smith. Congratulations on moving ahead with naming the Mississippi River Overlook after Mr. Cleveland. You are following the advice of one of the smartest and most far-sighted people to ever serve on the park board. William Falwell wrote in the 1895 annual report, In some proper way, Cleveland's name should be perpetuated in connection with our park system. Cleveland was then 81 and no longer able, due to age and illness, to work as a landscape architect for the Park Board. 7 years later, after severe economic depression, the Park Board was finally able to acquire the west bank of the Mississippi River from Franklin Avenue to Minnehaha Park and realized Cleveland's most fervent wish to preserve and protect the river gorge from destruction. Unfortunately, Cleveland didn't live to see that acquisition. He had died 2 years earlier. Present park commissioners should be proud to be acting on Falwell's advice, especially by choosing such a fitting location to commemorate Cleveland's contributions to the city, region, and state. Cleveland called the Mississippi Gorge the jewel of Minneapolis. Now that jewel, and a splendid view of it, will be linked appropriately with the man who campaigned so long for its preservation.
Thank you. All right, do I need to close the public?
Yep.
All right, we're going to close that up, close up the public hearing. And Planning Committee, I saw you.
Planning resolution.
No, yeah, I saw Commissioner Alper jump in, so I was like, wait, do you have something to say? All right, moving forward.
Yes, I would like to move Resolution 2023-33, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for Hennepin County's Hennepin/First Avenue roadway improvements within Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wait,
Public
wait.
Discussion.
Sorry.
Discussion.
Yes, I
Go
Thank
for
you.
it.
Yes, I have a staff amendment that I would like to move. You should have a packet with it, but I will read the additional items. There's an additional bullet, expand trail width down to Miriam Street, see Figure 2, labeled as additional temporary impacts. And then it notes that no other features or attributes of the park will be impacted. Access to the regional park will be maintained adjacent to the intersection of Main Street Southeast and Miriam Street and north of First Avenue Northeast. And I'm sure staff is available if anybody has any further questions. Otherwise, I'll stop there with the moving.
Commissioner Benny?
I just wanted to say thank you to Carrie Christensen and Adam Arvidsson for getting this accomplished and actually for Hennepin County as well. That's awesome. So it's just a nice little, just like a little bit, one more curly Q on the frosting as you move down the road. And so it's great. Thank you so much.
Any other? Deputy Secretary Ringel. Come on, get it together.
President Pro Tem Smith, I am not certain I heard the second time back, but I may have missed it.
A second.
Okay, very good.
There we go. All right, awesome, thank you. Is there any further discussion to Commissioner Alper's amendment? No, seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment, the amendment to Resolution 2023-33 with the one bullet point expansion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that
And now to the resolution.
now back to the resolution,
Amended resolution.
the amended one, the one we just referenced before, folks. Any discussion on the resolution that was amended that we're now voting on? All right.
No more curly Qs?
No more, what did you call it? Something on the.
Curly Q.
Curly Qs.
On the frosting.
On the frosting. I thought you were going like with fries or something, so clearly I'm hungry. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Let's see here.
Standards and conduct.
We are at standards and conduct. Commissioner Musich, will you read that one?
Yes, I would happily read this one. On behalf of the Standards and Conduct Committee, I'll move Resolution 2023-40. It's a resolution amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board rules of the board.
Second.
All those in favor?
No.
Oh, nope, just kidding. Deputy Secretary, you were first, and then Commissioner Musich.
My apology, I should have been a little quicker. I believe 2023-33 actually needed a roll call vote.
Okay. Just,
My apology.
we're just gonna rewind.
Secretary, call the roll.
Secretary, will you please call the roll for Resolution 2023-33?
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Can I ask one question before I vote? Was shall changed to may, or does it stay shall?
It's a different item.
Oh, I'm
We're
sorry.
back at the previous item.
We're back at 33.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz. Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
Commissioner Abene.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
All right. Okay. Now, going back to petitions and...
Got it.
Sorry. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the item before us. That amendment is a modification of Commissioner Olson's second amendment from committee. It keeps the word shall. However, it expands the rule to read as follows. The superintendent shall assign staff as necessary to provide training to commissioners on use of the email subscription tool for quality assurance. Nothing in this rule restricts a commissioner from communicating with constituents through emails, newsletters, or other means that are prepared and paid for by the campaign committee of the commissioner. Can I get a second?
Second. No, second? Oh, sorry.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor? Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, I just want to, so last time when we discussed the quality assurance portion, Superintendent Bangura brought up some, justified concerns about staff time. I would just like to kind of reiterate and hopefully alleviate those concerns that I really, as this, kind of being my day-to-day job, I don't see this being a large add, especially as we've kind of seen how many commissioners would actually take advantage of this should we pass it. And also just, at the legislator, if we're talking about, who has ultimate responsibility for something that goes out at the legislature, if there's like something campaigning that goes out from staff, ultimately that falls on the representative. And so I believe that is how we would treat this here as well, just to alleviate some of those concerns. And also, we may have the shall versus may conversation going forward. But I kind of think that the addition might make the need to make it a may moot. Those are my thoughts. We'll see.
Thank you. Commissioner Alper.
Thank you. So, all right, I'm going to try and put this into plain English, and then I would be grateful to Council Rice for telling me if I understand this rule right or not. Okay, so let's see here. Right now, as I read it, this says that each commissioner must send newsletters using GovDelivery to the world, to the people who sign up for them. And that there'll be some training and staff time to assist commissioners with these newsletters. And there's nothing that prohibits commissioners from sending additional newsletters via their campaign committee accounts as well. So they either can do GovDelivery emails or they can do GovDelivery. No, they have to do GovDelivery emails. And they also may do campaign committee emails with some staff time related to the first. Is that how you read it?
Council Rice.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Alper. We discussed this earlier today. Actually, in reflecting on it, I don't think I would interpret that way. I think the correct interpretation would be that if a commissioner chooses to use the Park Board GovDelivery system, if they choose to use an email to do a report through the park board, they have to follow that protocol outlined in the rule. However, they also have the choice to use their own means to communicate through their campaign committees. That's how I read what is intended by the rule.
Okay, thank you for that clarification with your interpretation of it. And I don't have the rule book in front of me, but I did look at it extensively over the past few weeks. And I believe there's a section above it that says something to the effect of commissioners shall direct all, inquiries to the superintendent. So, that to me says must. So, I just think there's language in here that is a bit of a mishmash, could use some clarification. What's the point of it at this point in time? I don't know. I'm not going to be supporting this as it is written. I think it could use some clarification, not the least of which there's a typo in the addition. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I have a question regarding things, unintended consequences, I guess, around this. If the staff builds out a gov delivery for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sounds like that the citywide would share, and I have a resident that signs up, or we have a resident that signs up for, District 1, but never gets a newsletter from District 1 because District 1 isn't sending newsletters from Gov Delivery. I just don't want my constituents to have this access to this tool, but then Gov Delivery not being able to share them to my preferred method of delivery. I'm just trying to not, make sure that we're clear to our residents what we're doing.
Director Summers, you want to come up?
That's a great question. Kind of a statement, but I'm going to answer it as always a question. So when I was here before, we talked about having them all up on our Gov Delivery topic list because we were moving in that direction. I thought that it was an all or nothing. You would use this tool and not use your personal. Given that, I've talked with my team, we can actually do it in a way that we can create an account for those who choose to use it. You can continue to promote it through your channels of the website, through your business cards. We would not need to list them. Because I do think that if it will be very confusing, as you say, to have the option to, I wouldn't want somebody thinking that when they sign up through the Gov Delivery, that they're actually subscribing to a newsletter that you're doing in a manner other than Gov Delivery. So that became a concern after the last meeting.
Great.
So
that
that
makes
is
a
the
lot
other
of
option.
sense. So you will not have publicly on the MPRB website anywhere where someone could sign up for someone's newsletter. They would have a link. Each commissioner would have their own kind of a private link almost that uses Gov Delivery service for free to be able to then circulate and promote on their own. Is that correct?
Our practice to date is that if you are using a non-campaign email newsletter subscription service, MailChimp, Constant Comment, something like that, we have listed that on your commissioner page on the website. We do not list and should not list anything that says XYZ Commissioner for on our public website. So we have currently listed them on as I explained earlier, most email subscription lists, no matter what platform you use, are generated through promotions of the use of that link. So at this point, given that there is going to be what appears to be, depending on the vote that has not yet taken place, if there is a continued use of other platforms as well as those who choose to use the Gov Delivery, at this point, until we have a greater number of commissioners, our suggestion would be to be what I just explained, that if you're using a service that is not a campaign-related email that you want to direct people to sign up for your newsletters, that we would publish. We would also publish anything that is using a GovDelivery. We would not publish anything that is, and you could do that on your business cards or website.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Mins. Oh.
Point of information.
Turn your mic on.
That I don't believe that's accurate, what you just said. If we adopt this rule, the only newsletter subscription that can be listed on MPRB website is GovDelivery.
No campaign.
Okay.
That's what's on the table this evening.
Gotcha.
All right. Commissioner Mins.
So yeah, I'm super confused about how it's going to play out and the unintended consequences, because I also wonder, how can I promote my newsletter? Can I put it to Facebook then? I mean, I'm very confused about how I'm supposed to communicate through the government, through this job effectively, and this sort of muddies the water even more for me. That if I do something on my own, I'm doing it on my own, and I shouldn't use any, I don't know, it seems to muddy the water a little bit for me. I'm not going to be supporting it because of that, and then I have to look at it a little bit more closely. I mean, we had a mistake made. We had something happen that brought this, and I still feel like it's a little bit reactionary, so I'm not going to vote for it.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tem, is that correct, Smith? I also, in the spirit of Commissioner Elber saying, like in plain language, from what I'm understanding is that if a constituent wants to hear from me, District 2, it's not that they voted for things, it's not that they really cared, they just happen to live in District 2, and they want updates, I can utilize that to connect with everybody. Versus if I sign people up on some other source that might potentially be sort of campaign related, it protects that constituent and also protects us from different lists. It doesn't prevent us from privately also linking a newsletter to the people, who follow in some other different social media, but it makes it very clear in plain language that if a constituent wants specifically that connectivity to their commissioner, they would have it, and it would actually, I feel like, and again, someone can speak if I'm misrepresenting this, it would clarify the waters, because then it would, for the public interface, so, I mean, maybe Council Rice or somebody else on the dais can clarify if I'm totally off the mark or if I'm close. So I will support it if what I just said is correct. Thank you.
Speak.
I'll attempt to answer. The rule is simply there has to be a separation between political activity and your role as a government official. And you can't use any list generated by the park board to send out a political solicitation. And you can use your own list, whatever you've developed or however you want to reach your constituents, that's permissible. Where if it's generated by you or your campaign and you're in a commissioner's capacity as a candidate for office or a continuing candidate, as opposed to using the resources of the park board, the government, to communicate with your constituents. That's the separation in the rule. That's its intent. And if you choose to make a communication with your constituent through a resources of the park board, there's information the staff generates that on reports of things, and using that list and using the facility of the park board network to make that communication, you can do that, but only in the capacity of you as being an elected official.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Binney.
Thank you. My concern, I'm hearing some concerns here, but one of my concerns is related to the use of the term QC again. And I'm wondering if it's quality control, or was it quality assurance, actually, QA, for the process, or quality assurance for the content? Because I wouldn't want it to be for the content. That's a concern I have.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I just practically,
Oh,
I'm sorry, did I go out of turn? I just practically wonder if this is worth the cycles for staff, if the majority of us are not going to be using the Gov Delivery platform. I'm sensitive to their time, and I feel like, again, this might be something that staff could talk to commissioners and have ready for a more clear rollout if they want in an election year. I like the idea that, in a sense, if you don't have any campaign funds to pay for a mail chip account, you can develop one on your own through Gov Delivery. To me, that's a very equitable access kind of argument that I support. But I think there's confusion here still, and you can talk on your campaign emails, you know, if they say prepared and paid for at the bottom, and you're a commissioner, you can talk about park news. So I think there's confusion, that's all.
all right. Lots of confusion. So we are back to vote on the amendment that Commissioner Alper brought forward on resolution.
Usage.
Oh, I'm sorry, just kidding. Commissioner Musich, wrong commissioner here, brought forward in standards and conduct. So all of those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Point of
we need a roll
order, we
call.
vote ayes, then we vote noes.
Yes.
Okay?
Why don't we do a roll call?
Yep. Secretary Ringo, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Nay.
Commissioner Olson,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Menz,
Nay.
Commissioner Alper,
Nay.
Commissioner Abene,
No.
President Forney,
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
The amendment passes not to.
The amendment passed, and now to the resolution with the amendment. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-40 as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
I would like to call a roll call, sorry.
All right. Secretary Ringo, will you do a roll call vote for us?
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
No.
Commissioner Olson,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Menz,
Nay.
Commissioner Alper,
Nay.
Commissioner Abene,
No.
President Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Smith.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
All right. It fails.
I don't know.
And we are,
Discussion.
any discussion?
Discussion items.
Oh, discussion items. Just kidding. Look at here. Let's see. We have Carrie Christensen, maybe, if we're looking for a presentation of the Midtown Greenway Regional Trail Plan and Operation Research Findings and Discussions. Cute sweater.
Right, good evening, President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to give you an update on the Midtown Greenway Regional Trail Planning process. And also open it up for discussion. We're at a bit of a crossroads with the regional trail planning process, and in sort of a unique, I think, format, wanted to bring an update to you tonight. So I'll first share a little bit about the background of how this regional trail plan process has come to our sort of staff level. I'll share some research findings. run through a few scenarios for next steps, and then ask for some input. So project background. The Park Board, the City of Minneapolis, and Hennepin County have been in conversation for several years about Park Board taking a more formal role in operations of the Midtown Greenway. The idea has gained the support of the Metropolitan Council as a regional trail search corridor in the 2020 Regional Parks Policy Plan. And as a result, we have recently launched a formal regional trail and operations planning process. Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority, I'll refer to them as HCRA, will remain the underlying landowner for the foreseeable future and maintain the southern part of the corridor for transit. The City of Minneapolis is the current trail operator and will continue to be part of operations for this trail segment, or this trail, with the Park Board at the table or without the Park Board at the table. The underlying land ownership and operations of the Greenway will continue to be a multi-agency effort into the future, with or without the Park Board. If the regional trail plan is adopted by the Park Board and by Met Council, MPRB will bring specific operational expertise to the trail, and as a result, the trail will be incorporated into the regional trail system and unlock regional trail parks and trails dollars for the Park Board for operations and or capital improvements. Just to clarify, HCRA and the city are not eligible to bring the Greenway into the Metropolitan Council regional trail system. We, as the park agency for Minneapolis, are the only agency that is able to do that. The trail is fully built and has been planned extensively by other agencies. So the Park Board's regional trail plan would build off of the vision and plans of other agencies, as well as past and recent community engagement efforts. So I think it's a unique, sort of, if we call it a master planning process, it's unique in that way too, in that there's been so much work done that it's more of a synthesis effort. But it's also a fully built facility, so it's unique in that, really trying to understand what it would take to maintain the current facility has been part of our due diligence in this first chapter of the planning process. So we've been guided by a project advisory committee, as we are with most long-range planning processes. That includes Park Board staff from across the agency, giving really great and important insights on this question. We have a technical advisory committee comprised of the agencies listed here, so agency partners that are advising on the process, including landholders along the Greenway or jurisdictions, agencies that have an operations or ownership stake in the Greenway. And both of them are advising on the plan itself, and will also receive updates from the operations work group. And that's really, this is, I'd say, the group that's been meeting most frequently over the last few months to really drill down into what does it currently take to operate the Greenway and what should that look like into the future. We are working toward an operations agreement with all of them, and with those questions in mind. And it's been a really great exercise, and we've learned a lot along the way. So one of the, as we back up and just think about the existing conditions of the Greenway, as I mentioned, there's been many studies and reports done on this geography, some of them under HCRA or Hennepin County. This one is pretty recent. I think it was completed in June of 2020. And it is specifically a safety study looking at how can the safety of the Greenway be enhanced. So it's a very specific kind of lens on Greenway improvements, but I think it also gives a good snapshot of what might be needed and to be considered as part of a regional trail planning process, certainly. So here's some recommendations from the design team, things like stairs, increasing visibility of stairs, bridges, thinking about improving sort of lighting or visibility and the ways people might gather under bridges, lighting across the board, signage and wayfinding, expanded trash litter collection, maybe sort of implementing clearer signage around code of conduct or establishing hours of operation. So both operational and physical shifts. Some of these have been also implemented in the last few years. They've got a regular dedicated security, unarmed security that is out on the Greenway several times a day. Hennepin County security staff, it's a consultant role. And there are more dedicated social services also as part of those, sort of that team approach to safety on the Greenway. So there is a lot of sort of already work happening that came directly out of this study. I'm not an expert on this study, but just wanted to use it as a way to kind of give you a glimpse into some of the work that's being done and also that still needs to be done. So the Greenway, just for those that might not be fully familiar with the extent of the Greenway, but it would, if we were to assume operations, would run from France all the way to the river. So it's about a 6-mile corridor. There's a mapping process we've been sort of playing with and exploring what would that regional trail boundary look like. It's different than maybe the perceived boundary of the Greenway. So right now, the city is the operator. They operate the asphalt of the trail plus a 2-foot clear zone on either side, give or take a few inches, and some ramps. We right now are sort of playing with that scenario of what would it look like if we just really focused on the trail. And if you've been in the Greenway, large portions of it fall in a trench. And so that's maybe the perceived boundary of the Greenway. But as you also may know, the southern part of that trench is held for future transit. And that's not included in the current use of the Greenway, or that's really important land to HICRA in terms of holding on to it for future transit potential. The mapping process too, if we continue to move through this master planning or regional trail planning effort, that map will come back and we will have deeper conversations about that map. But just wanted to let you know that that's been part of the conversation. We also have analyzed what are the current operations tasks and current operators. So this laundry list of all the things that are happening on the Greenway, which agencies are responsible for what. And you can see the list is quite extensive. Typically, when we talk about operations, sort of shorthand is plow, mow, pick up trash. It's a lot more than that actually goes into these spaces, and it's been a really good exercise just to map out what all is going into the care of this space and who's responsible currently, and then maybe what role would the park board play in all of this. So now into the sort of meat of what we're hearing from different advisory bodies as we're unearthing all of these different operations roles. So questions and concerns. Typically, Metropolitan Council funding only covers about 10% of operations and maintenance fees. So we would need to determine how the rest of those costs are covered. Ordinances. Park ordinances could apply to this trail if we are the operator of this trail. But what would MPD and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, so which ordinances might they enforce? Or if there's conflicts or gray area, sort of what are what's the code of conduct? It brings up lots of questions. I don't have all the answers to all of these questions, just really good questions are being raised that we would continue to kind of chase. And I also wanted to make sure to share these with you tonight to see if it inspires more questions from you, so we can continue this research. Liability, what's the liability history? What would indemnity look like for us, for the county, for the city? Safety, there's been concerns about safety mentioned by maintenance staff, especially without the support of park police. And then sightlines in the trench are challenging for public safety. Encampments are a reality for public and staff. Customer service. How will the trail be signed for customer service? Who's responsible for community requests and customer service? And right now, that's a little bit of a gray area, might continue to be a gray area. And if Park Board is associated with that space, we have a really incredible visitor services, work and focus here. So that's something that we want to be very eyes wide open about. Levels of service and life cycle, trail rehab and capital improvements, including surface and lighting, are needed on the Greenway on a regular basis. Lighting, there's definitely some updates that are needed right away or in the near future. And then streamlining of operations, which is one of the reasons that I think the park board had come to this table to consider, may not actually be an outcome of this effort. So what are some of the pros? This is sort of a pros and cons analysis in the minds of the PAC and the TAC and other stakeholders, is that there would be a financial benefit to the regional park system that the park board, under the park board umbrella. So it's approximately a 36-acre additional parkland, addition. It's about 6 miles of regional trail with an estimated 1 million plus additional users a year in our system. So there's also this sort of desire from the community that we've heard over the years that they'd like Park Board to play a role in this, in hopes and part of streamlining operations and making it really clear, like, who cares for this space. And then to align level of service for the trail with other regional parks and trails. I think, part of the interest in our partners is that neither of them are managing park spaces. That's just not their expertise and what they focus on. It's something we could bring to the table. With an added level of service, this is a critical link, trail link in Minneapolis, and one of the most popular trails in the state. So there's these reasons of sort of the why to get involved. So again, a little bit more about those capital and operational considerations. I've mentioned some of the immediate needs. There's this interest I'll jump down to that last one, in gathering space design and construction. That's another need that's been mentioned in numerous documents that the park board would be able to bring to the table. But then when we start to drill down into what do these things cost, just to give a quick example, if we look at lights, which we know the lights need updating on the Greenway, this would be probably a maximum estimate. It might be overkill to have lights, like pedestrian level lights every 80 feet, but along a 6-mile stretch of Greenway Trail, that's about 400 lights, and if we estimate maybe about $8,000 a light pole installed, that's getting at over $3 million. Just as that's a high number, but want to be real about what these kinds of capital investments might look like without getting too specific. So with all of these considerations, what we've done is developed a series of scenarios to consider. So the PAC and the TAC and our work group, and now you, our executive team as well, we wanted to have each of you kind of consider these different scenarios. So scenario 1, Park Board would plow only. We'd play no other operational role. This would allow us to bring it into the system. It'd be that simple sort of wintertime maintenance role. Scenario 2 is that we plow and mow only. Scenario 3 is that we don't play a role in daily or seasonal operations at all, but starting when it would work its way into our CIP, we could bring capital dollars to improvement of the Greenway. Scenario 4 is that all operations would be covered by the Park Board. And scenario 5 is that Park Board would take on ownership and operations long-term. And scenario 6 is that we don't move forward with a master plan, and it'll continue to be a regional trail search corridor in Metropolitan Council's regional parks plan, so we can revisit this at a later date. And I think we've been holding on to this guiding question of how does regional trail status benefit both the users, the residents of Minneapolis, and also the agency. So in our fact-finding around these scenarios, we've done some additional cost estimating of what it would actually take us to do the work of maintaining the Greenway in these different scenarios. We've had this staff advisory body review these scenarios, agency partners. We've gotten some guidance from Met Council staff around policies and how the ideas might align with or not align with Metropolitan Council policy, and then met with our work group. All right, so drum roll of, I think, the sort of financial benefits to the system. It's been really eye-opening for us to see that if we estimate 36 acres and 1 million additional visits a year to our system, Met Council staff were gracious enough to do some estimating for us, so these are not actual numbers, just estimates, that we would receive roughly $40,000 in additional O&M funding a year. And an estimate of $70,000 a year in capital. So just keep those numbers in mind as we continue to roll through the rest of this. Operations, I think some scenario considerations is in operations that plow only or mow and plow only options would reduce the estimated funds for O&M. So that $40,000 is only on a reimbursement basis. So 40 would really cover if we were doing all of the operations. So that's the maximum number, most likely. Capital, if Park Board did not play a role in daily or seasonal operations, but did allocate capital to the Greenway, this is a feasible alternative according to Met Council staff and policy. Capital could or would be allocated through our equity metric for regional parks. The Greenway would likely score very high. And the Park Board could determine what amount would be allocated. So if it's just hey, we're getting $70,000 a year from Met Council, that is what would be allocated. That's one scenario. Another is a more typical regional park or regional trail allocation, which would be $1 million to a few $1 million every few years. And that, again, would start in 2029 to work, working its way into our CIP. So now, for drilling down even more into what would it take us to operate in that plow and mow scenario, as well as just basic asphalt maintenance, so seal coat, patching, remove, replace. So at that top line, $75,000 a year for basic trail maintenance is what we estimate in the surface maintenance. And thanks to our asset management staff for putting these numbers together. And you can see that we even account for staff and for equipment, which I think is great. So it's really a true costing exercise. It gets us up over $300,000 a year with the plowing and mowing scenario only. So when we think about the $40,000 versus $300,000, there's a big difference there. And so how would that funding be, accounted for is the question before us. I won't go into great detail here, but it just gives you a breakdown if there's questions around how we estimate, for example, the asphalt maintenance. It's just some really good thinking going into that. So back to the scenarios, and then I'll open it up for conversation. I think at this point, scenario 1 and scenario 2, due to safety of staff concerns as well as costs, our sense is those might not be scenarios that we want to consider anymore, but that's part of what we're here tonight to just take the temperature on. Scenario 3, that there is Met Council policy alignment for a capital-only role. That would require us to go through the regional trail planning process and have you adopt it, have Metropolitan Council adopt it. And I anticipate like a 6-month timeframe for that. We have an allocation already. We've got a community engagement plan. Things are rolling. So, there is some progress already that we could just continue. Scenario 4 is that all operations would be covered by Park Board. So this one is a difficult one because HICRA will remain the underlying landowner for the foreseeable future as well as the permitter. While there, in some ways, are other HICRA trails that we fully operate, the detailed understanding of what it takes to operate a space like the Greenway, now that we've done it, I think it's much more complex than some of these other operations scenarios that we have in our system. Scenario 5 is that Park Board would own and operate the trail long-term. There is staff support for this through the different advisory committees versus partial management so that we'd have full control of the space. This could be something that happens down the road. It would definitely require HICRA to be at a point where they are ready to dispose of the land or portions of the land once they've either realized the transit potential or some other future takes place. And then finally, that the Park Board would not, scenario 6, that we would not move forward with the master plan. But again, the regional search corridor would remain in the 2020 parks plan and likely in the updated plan that's underway now. So I think I've covered most of the decision points here already, but maybe I'll jump down to number 3. If we do consider a capital-only approach, we would, again, work this into our regional park CIP through the equity metrics. We could limit capital to that allocation of $70,000 a year. This would allow us a chance to really take a visionary approach to a regional trail planning process, think about land acquisition along the way. How do we realize this as a beautiful linear connecting feature between the river and lakes? And then we also could, as part of this, make a request to our partners to bring capital funding to create a baseline level of service or establish a baseline level of service that we feel good about before we start making capital allocations in 2029. For example, ask for the lights to be updated by 2029 before we started making capital investment. If we were to consider not master planning, again, it would stay in the Met Council plan. We could also, though, develop an agreement where we say, hey, if and when the transit corridor is realized and HICRA's ready to dispose of the land, we would be interested in the geography and playing a role in ownership and operations. So that might be another kind of nice way to end this if we decide to end it. And again, we're not looking for a decision tonight, but I think just to take the temperature to open it up for questions, concerns would be greatly appreciated. We are moving into regional park count season, and we'll need to know, in the next couple of months what we're doing and put that in writing and make a decision here. So, but just wanted to bring it to you because we are at a crossroads, so I appreciate it, and I'll open it up for questions.
All right, Commissioner Olson, or was it used? Oh, Commissioner Musich. Go for it.
We'll go. Yeah, I'm really not interested in going forward, I think. I think scenario 6 is probably, I don't really see the benefit for us going forward. And also I kind of consider it more of a transit sort of use than turning it into a park use, and I would like to keep that way as far as our region goes. The only thing that would maybe convince me to move away from not wanting to be involved is if for some reason us being involved would somehow in the future facilitate the greenway being expanded across the river. And I know a lot of that has to deal with the railway and their proclivities and whatnot. So if for some reason us being a part of that would make that dream happen, maybe I would consider it. But without the vision going that far and having it be like, well, we need the park board to be part of it to make it happen because of this or that, then I wouldn't really want any part of it. And even then, I would still kind of want some of the things like you're saying, like some of the guaranteed updates or other costs, because this seems like it would be quite a big sink for us. So, yeah.
All right, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I appreciate those comments by my colleague. Understanding the huge delta that we have in caring for our regional system as is, bringing something on that doesn't have much of a park use beyond bicycling or going for a walk on a long divot in the ground where people don't feel very safe. So I don't know who would do that for a recreational purpose. Yeah, I'm not seeing a compelling case for why the park board would want to take on this particular trail segment in the city. I have other thoughts, but I think that summarizes it pretty succinctly.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I agree with my colleagues, almost to a word with Commissioner Olson. That the one caveat would be if you could extend something, but I know it becomes very difficult. I do have one question that I kind of can't, maybe you said it while I was running to the bathroom, but where did this idea start with us taking this on? That's something I guess I get, like, whose brainchild was this? I'm sure it was an entity, but you hopefully know what I'm talking about.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Thompson. There is an interagency partnership called the Lake Street Greenway. They just changed their name, Lake Street Greenway Partnership, and we are an active partner in that. So I know there was a formal sort of ask and conversation at that level where some of this started. Our previous board had supported the idea, and then Metropolitan Council, it passed through in their regional parks plan. So there was extensive, I'd say, community support, Met Council support. There was previous board support, not a formal action, but previous board support. And then through this interagency collaboration, the question sort of reemerged. There is a history with the park board being asked this, many years ago as well.
So just to clarify, so what was the rationale of the existing, organizing, operating situation versus, I mean, I know you laid it out for us, so I don't want to re-go through what we all went through, but I truly, I'm trying to understand what would make it advantageous for us and what community members were expecting us to do differently than what's currently happening. There's currently lights, it's a little not safe, it's currently paved. I guess what I'm misunderstanding is, like, why would it even need to happen? And then, of course, our name got mentioned, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're raising great questions that have guided the work. I would also, I think that because we are a park agency and we operate and own the majority of the trails in our system, that was a big driver, that we are in the business of operating parks and trails, and having our expertise at the table was something that both community and agency partners have really, really asked of us over the years. So I may also call on, Director Arvidsson or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, who have been involved in some of that earlier sort of how did we get here moments.
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners, I think one of the things that's happened since the Greenway was opened, when it first opened, it was really kind of an innovative thing across the country. Some of the reports that Carrie mentioned that have happened in the interim have demonstrated that there are other places across the country that have initiated significant trail improvements, like the 606 in Chicago or the High Line in New York, that have now significantly surpassed what the potential of this corridor is. And as Hennepin County and the city considered how they might advance that, I think they realized they lacked the expertise in actually doing the things that other entities across the country were able to accomplish. They were looking for a partner with expertise. So I think that's probably one of the driving things between the partnership and our agency colleagues were thinking.
So it was based, I guess, because I'm thinking, like, okay, it must have been based on an idea of there's a deficiency somehow, so that speaks toward what I was thinking, but it doesn't seem that these partners would be willing to put any money at the table for us to achieve this great vision. Is that sort of correct?
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners, I'll frame it this way. In the very early discussions that I was part of, I made it clear that if the park board were to be involved, it would only be, as Carrie's presentation noted, in an additive fashion, that we would be augmenting funds, but that we would expect that they'd be contributing at least the same amount of dollars that they contribute already. And I think that some of the things where they would be noting trying to compete with some of the other trail corridors that I mentioned would require a significant influx of other dollars beyond what we could do. The master plan would begin to frame what those dollars are and where the other agencies would have to be making contributions. So I think we tried to make it clear from the beginning that yes, we might have trail expertise, but we can't be the savior for this particular corridor on our own.
That makes sense. May I ask one more question while you're here? So if we were to say go ahead with the idea of a master plan, is that really just to gather more information to say to other partners of, like, hey, here's our vision that we put time, effort, and energy into conceiving, and it would cost, $10 million. So if you want to give us that, then maybe we'll implement this. Other than that, like, we're walking away. Like, is that, I'm using just...
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Thompson, that's actually how we would see it. Much like how we have other master plans where we have some quite grand ideas. So if you look at like the Bedema-Costco Harriet master plan, we have a land bridge going over Lake Street, which we couldn't possibly accomplish on our own. And at the time, while Hennepin County never said they would pay for it, they were interested in talking to us further about it. No, that was years ago. Whether they still have the interest is a question. But the master plan would at least allow us to begin apportioning responsibility for some of those major improvements that this corridor would require in order to kind of regain its status among national trail corridors.
Okay, how much would, just off the top of your head, would a master plan take up in terms of staff time? I mean, is it worth, it's a huge venture, am I correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Right, currently we have about $70,000 allocated to consultant staff time. And again, I estimate this to be a kind of a succinct master planning process, so in the ballpark of like a 6-month window. So it's because it's a fully built facility and all the different things that I touched on earlier.
Thank you. I think that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Commissioner Binney.
Thank you. Ms. Christensen, who operates the trail west of France?
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Benny, I believe it's Three Rivers.
So does Three Rivers operate any trails in the city of Minneapolis, or do we not want them to?
There's a number of trails that sort of, when they get to the boundary of Minneapolis, my understanding is there's some shared operations, but for the most part, it transfers from Three Rivers to the park board, and I will just, that's correct.
Is there anything that precludes them from, I mean, Three Rivers used to be called Hennepin Parks, I believe, and so this is Minneapolis, although it's the jewel in the crown of Hennepin County, certainly, but it is Hennepin County. So is there anything that precludes Three Rivers from operating this trail through the city of Minneapolis, and are they partners in this discussion?
My understanding is that any parks and trails within the jurisdiction of Minneapolis need to be under the purview of Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
So how is this trail not currently under the jurisdiction of Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board?
So I don't, thank you. My understanding is not all trails in Minneapolis need to be under the jurisdiction of the Park and Recreation Board, but regional trails with the Met Council regional trail status would need to be under the jurisdiction of Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Thank you for that clarification.
But Three Rivers can operate a trail that's in St. Louis Park, on St. Louis Park property, or in St. Louis Park right-of-way, Minnetonka, and all of that. Okay, sorry to be grilling you.
No, that's great. So those are all regional trails, those examples would all fall under the Metropolitan Council Regional Trails System.
Yeah. I can also imagine that there's already so many that's a tight corridor in spots. I think there's probably a lot of interest in some aspects of encroachment on that, and I would guess that this would be a hassle factor for the park board, even if in an agreement it was delegated to Hennepin County Regional Rail Authority to continue to deal with that. I think it would be a hassle. And I just don't understand why we would take on something and associate our name with something in a way that's confusing, that we don't have a track record of getting reliable funding or receiving reliable funding. So, and I maybe am interested in saying, why wouldn't Hennepin County or Three Rivers be able to operate a trail in the city of Minneapolis, especially one that might ultimately connect over to the river to a new county. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. President Forney.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Being the old fart on the board, I was on the original Midtown Greenway Coalition, and I have to say, seeing this on the agenda and some of the beginnings and everything, I get very excited. I really, truly, it's an opportunity to activate that space. I was around when basically it and the Kenilworth went for federal transportation dollars to get this right, to have this as a trail. And the opportunity is extraordinary. And I think so much about the Kenilworth and how if we were to be asked to be involved in that, whatever. Anyway, but at the same time, I am terrified by this corridor, and I don't see it as, my colleagues here have been indicating, I think there's too many downsides to it to be, for us to be taking on. I would love for us to continue, though, to be in conversation, to be involved, because the trail connections, I think, are opportune, and we should be, in partnership where we can. From a financial standpoint, though, I do not see the upside. And I would suggest them going back to the feds and, expedite all they can with the transportation dollars, because that's how it originated, all of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Menz.
Yeah, I guess President Forney said what I was going to say. So but thank you for taking risks. I mean, and working with partners. I mean, this is something that's really important for us. It's almost like we're the consultant for these other agencies. And they are looking for our expertise. And I appreciate the staff being willing to take those risks and look into things that could have opportune benefit. But in this one, there's just too much money to be spent.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I think the financial situation is very clear. I mean, I just did on my quick calculator with our, $70,000 of capital we get every year. It would take us 45 years to replace all the lights, the 3.2 million. But, I think that's pretty clear. What I'd like to hear is from Council Rice regarding any legal things that, we've had encampment issues that we've faced, et cetera.
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Schaefer, that's a good question. I did discuss that, some of the legal issues with Carrie and Adam when we had a conversation on it. It would be, some commissioners have used the word scary from the commissioner level. As your legal counsel, I would have some pretty great concerns as well. I mean, it sounds like the proposed ownership at this point would remain with the county. I mean, there's various options, but this would be, well, I'll back up a second. The board's all familiar with the Berry case. That's where the park board has been sued by the American Civil Liberties Union in Zacah and some individual plaintiffs over the encampment issue. We are a co-defendant in that case with Hennepin County and the city of Minneapolis. The primary nexus that Hennepin County has with the case is this greenway, because they have a significant role now, and where there's been encampments, it's been in that corridor. The county's expended considerable resources from both the sheriff's office in patrolling and policing in a small piece sense about keeping the corridor not occupied. And the county sheriff is a 24/7 operation with several hundreds of county deputy sheriffs, and they brought their resources to bear on that. They also have a whole bunch of other human resources, housing, things like that. And this corridor has been a significant area of those issues and others along the corridor. So it would be unlike the other trail systems we have. Commissioner Musich used the word trench. That's just what the railroad corridor was, and it was designed that way. Our parkways and trails tend to be aligned with our parkways, and a lot of the security of that does, we have our park police, but we also have the motoring public or the walking public, the running public, having their eyes and ears and presence on those systems, and that acts as a significant factor. It's also, I wouldn't know how to take that. There's many underpasses. It's just, as your lawyer, one lawsuit could add considerably to the cost of this system. I mean, just as on a practical matter. I think the staff's done a really good job in lining up a lot of the issues there, but there would be, I would predict would involve us in a lot of issues that we maybe haven't seen to date in the system, but also it would be a big undertaking potentially. And like I said, I know that the county, just in the last few years, is bought in. I mean, this is the very case of the largest lawsuit we've had. Now, that's probably the timing of everything that's happened, the pandemic, the murder of George Floyd, and other issues. But this would be, if we had owned this corridor all by ourselves for the last 10 years it came on, we'd be in a much different position legally right now. The county's been extremely helpful in that lawsuit with just their expertise and their lawyers in the case. So I would echo some of the concerns the commissioners had from a legal aspect. I don't know how we could handle this, quite frankly. And the usage of 1 million people, it would be very significant, but from what I understand about that corridor is it's active 24/7, as some of our parkways are and trails, but I think in a lot different level.
But even with that increased usage, it only translates to that $70,000 or whatever was estimated.
If I put on my lobbyist hat, I've heard the criticism from the board. We were promised 40%, and we're lucky to get to 10. We're hoping to move that needle somewhat, but it would not be accretive to our system. It would be dilutive to our system if you were to take this on, in my opinion, as the lobbyist.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And, you know, with all the exposure we've had with regional park projects having to be sprung upon us as a board, like Lake Harriet, et cetera, I think this is really should make us pause. With not that we don't like visions of trails that become parks, but it's because we're trying to be fiscally responsible and take care of what we have first at a higher level that really inspires our residents to really be our greater cheerleaders because we are making tough decisions.
Thank you. Commissioner Alper.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I would just like to start out and say that I'm really grateful for all the in-depth analysis that Carrie has done and her work on this so far. I know it was great to meet with you yesterday along with Commissioner Schaefer to go over some of this more in depth. I think for me, the guiding question really is how does pursuing this benefit residents, greenway users, and the MPRB? And I struggle with each aspect of that question. You know, I've heard some talk about activating the space. I just want to clarify that's not one of the scenarios today. Nothing involves programming in these scenarios. It's about operations. And from an operations perspective, people seem pretty happy, you know? My finger on the pulse of people who are biking along the greenway, you know, the plowing's pretty good. It's pretty good. The mowing's pretty good. And those really are, you know, that's scenario 1/2. So then you get to some of these other ones that are, seem to have a high amount of effort with a really low amount of benefit. And so if we could just go back for a moment to that slide with who does what, I just want to bring that to your attention, that this one. So each one, there's a column with task, that's the left one, and then who does it. And so it's repeated 3 times because it would normally be so long because there's so many items involved with each one. So you can see in the middle one, like lighting maintenance and the bill, that's done by the city. But Carrie, you're going to have to help me, but the actual lights, that's the county.
Capital,
or the
right.
capital piece, that's HICRA. So, I mean, adding ourselves into this, I feel it's really complicated, And so I would just say that I think we have pressing issues in the parks that we already own, that we already operate. And what I have been hearing from planning staff is that we don't have the staff capacity to work on the parks that we already have full and complete jurisdiction over. And so I guess I would welcome tonight completely setting this aside. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
Well,
Are you
may
talking?
I make a motion to suspend the rules?
Second.
Yes. Twin, don't try to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. May I make a motion to suspend the rules, to consider a motion to direct staff to cease to work on this matter of the park board seeking to establish the Greenway as part of the Metropolitan's regional trail system at this point in time?
Is that how it goes exactly?
Needs a second?
Commissioner?
Second.
All right. Discussion about the matter?
Suspending the rules.
Oh, no, we're just going to call the roll. All right. Does this need a roll call vote?
Yes.
All right.
6 votes.
Thank you. Secretary Ringo, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
No.
Commissioner Elper.
Aye.
Commissioner Bene.
Aye.
President Forney.
No.
President Pro Tem Smith.
No.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Fails.
That fails. So,
To suspend the rules.
to suspend the rules to stop the staff from working on the, so.
We need to consider the motion.
Now we are moving forward with the motion. Oh, there is no motion, never mind.
The motion to suspend the rules failed, so it's dead.
No. The motion to suspend the rules passed.
Oh,
No,
it failed.
2/3.
Oh, that's right. I apologize.
Watch it, Forney. Or else. All right, I'm totally, I guess so we're just moving forward. There's no more further discussion. Sorry, go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. What I was considering, as a next step, I'd be happy to prepare a resolution to bring before you at a subsequent meeting for consideration based on what I heard this evening. So, thank you.
Thank you. No, you're dead. No, you're not dead. The issue is dead. That was not a threat.
One more discussion item.
One more discussion item, Deputy Superintendent Ringel, with our racial equity study item. What was that vote? What was the number on that vote?
We needed 6. It was a 5-4 vote. And that was to suspend the rules. You needed 6, yeah. My.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners. Tonight is the second in the series in the racial equity presentations that we're preparing for you this year. One a month with the intent of helping build the knowledge of some of the work the organization is doing. Tonight's topic is our racial equity action plan. You should each have a copy of it at your desk. It'll look like this, and it's strategically stapled for lefties versus, so my apology on that. Wasn't the intent, but that's what happened. So what is a racial equity action plan? For us at the Minneapolis Park Board, this is an internal working document. However, we do retain copies of it on our website, and we do provide the regular updates we do on it on the website as well. So while it's a document that we use to really organize our work and kind of prioritize the most important actions that we think out of each of our divisions and departments, we establish timelines and use it as a reporting method. It's primarily an internal working tool that we then publish in a public way. This is our first racial equity action plan that spans 4 years. We've been traditionally doing things more in the 2-year range. And in this one, we have each department represented in each year. That was mandatory level. Many departments actually have more than one action per year, but it was required that everybody had to have one action per year for those 4-year span. This is the first racial equity action plan that we have that aligns with the new comprehensive plan, Parks for All. It's also the first time we've been able to weave it in with strategic directions approved by the board, so it's the exact time frame as the strategic directions you set. And then those priority comp plan strategies you'll see lifted up in this, this plan as well. There are other ways items get into this plan at the moment. One way is you are familiar with all of the budget actions that you approved in the last budget. Many of those budget actions required a racial equity lens, and so those items, many directors would lift up and put into this plan with that emphasis in it. There are items that emerge through community. So different community conversations have identified that maybe there's a topic that needs additional consideration. Those might find their way into this plan. We have that internal influencer group. We've talked a little bit about them. They are, at this point, about 110 strong with some attrition over the years, but that group has had an extensive racial equity training, and this year, working under a new charter, we've broken into 3 work groups, and those work groups are developing their own actions and work that they want to do. And once they are through the point of kind of developing, those will lift up into this document. And then there are things you all have explicitly given resolutions on. So like the land acknowledgement component is something that lives in this plan as well, because it's something that throughout the course of your work is racial equity focused and then becomes part of this document. So that will continue throughout your term. It is a 4-year document, but each year we will do a revisit just to make sure there aren't new things that have come up that need to be put into the plan. A little history on this. The first time we ventured into the world of racial equity action plans was in about 2016, and we used primarily guidance that we were receiving at the time from the Government Alliance on Racial Equity. So our very first plan actually looks a little different than the format that's in front of you today. We launched that plan actually in 2017. It was a 2-year plan. We had a little extension on that plan. The next one that came into being in a full new view was in 2021. And we had intended that one to be like a 1-year bridge. And we wanted it to be a 1-year bridge until the comprehensive plan was in place. We ended up extending that a little bit and aligned it not only with the comprehensive plan, but with your strategic directions. So we have this 4-year plan now in front of us. As I mentioned, this is an internal working document. It helps guide us. Directors are really skilled at thinking about what's the next move they need to make to advance racial equity within their area. They get support on that from their colleagues and the trainings that they receive and their understanding of the industries they represent. But it is available on our website. So this is a picture of our racial equity action page, racial equity page. And you'll see under key documents, the 2023 to 2026 Racial Equity Action Plan. And a little bit further down on this plan, there are tabs that include an action plan tab that has all of the previous action plans as well as the updates. And in fact, earlier tonight, we had a conversation about the emerald ash borer. So one of the previous plans actually had the development of a hardship policy in it. That was something that both our finance and our forestry staff saw coming. They saw how the changes were making or were coming in terms of how the frequency of tree removals were picking up. And they had put forward an action around a hardship policy. And that policy was approved by the board. It moved us from a 5 to a 10-year assessment rate. I think there's interest. Obviously, there's 4 listening sessions coming up that maybe we need to go further. So that will likely be more work that we take up and look at. But that's the type of work that staff are putting into this plan. If they see something coming out on the horizon, they try to identify it and make that part of their complement of work. And with that, I should maybe say one more thing. You will notice There's a very top action that's on it. It's actually an action that I'm responsible for. I convene the accountability group for this plan on a monthly basis, where we talk through what's working, what's not working, maybe what things that folks are learning that they can share. And then we also have the different directors and work groups give presentations to that accountability group on kind of what progress they're making or how their actions are coming together. So that is a monthly stop and check in on this, and then we report on it quarterly. Questions?
Commissioner Schaefer.
I just would be curious, what are some of the highlights that have come out of some of those monthly meetings as you have those touch points with staff that have really set the course for your work as staff and have encouraged you?
Yeah. You'll actually probably see a few of those
Oh, okay.
and during the course of this year, but a couple of things that I'll touch on that are some of my favorites. One is work actually that our archivist is doing right now. She's helping dig into the Elwell law and is putting together, with the help of our GIS professional, basically a digital exhibit from the acquisition standpoint in terms of how Elwell law has been used in the system. So she's already been providing some updates to the group and sharing some information out on that. So that one is one that I think is dynamic and we will see actually quite a bit in this next 4-year time period as well. The hardship policy actually is one that, while we might not be quite there yet, I think it was a great one that showed, hey, staff were seeing ahead that there might be a problem here that we have to get in front of. So there's more work to be done, but it's an example of staff using the equity lens that they have to say, hey, I think there's going to be an issue here. Let's see what you can do to alleviate it. There's been great work to look at our program and services delivery. So some of our work from a programmatic standpoint was based on which rec centers signed up for it versus which ones might we want to be more prescriptive in terms of how it is out in the system, so that you would get, in particular, kind of an equal balance of environmental programming throughout the system. So those are a few highlights where staff are looking at it and saying, hey, how are our current systems getting in the way? One of the earliest ones we did was actually around our catering services. We had a very limited 4 caterers were our preferred caterers within the park system, which meant we had a lot of needs that weren't being met by different groups wanting to rent our facilities. And so now there's like a 1-year, you can sign up, you can be a caterer, you get the training, and it's really expanded the number of groups who are able to provide food services within our system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, thanks for this. Maybe I missed it. I'm reading through these all, by and large, great. We'll definitely be referring to this. What's the color coding?
Oh, good question.
Just wanted to.
The color coding is by division.
Okay.
So the first yellow coloring is the Deputy Superintendent's division. When you move into the green, that is the Superintendent's division. The blue represents recreation, and then you have planning, and then you have environmental stewardship.
Okay, that's what I had. Thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions? All right.
I'm sorry, I'll
Go for it, President Forney. Barely made it.
barely. Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Have we had further conversation about how commissioners can be a part of racial equity training? I feel very fortunate that I did have a little bit, and so did Commissioner Musich. Plus, I went down to Chicago for GAR, Governmental Alliance on Racial Equity. Am I saying it right? Anyway, any things like that, any opportunities that we're seeing that maybe commissioners can access some sort of racial equity. Is it in the plan already? You're paging, so I wasn't sure whether or not.
It is.
President Pro Tem Smith, President Forney, I'll highlight the first item in the green section.
Okay.
So this is one actually that has some joint ownership between the superintendent, the board president, and the board secretary, where we look at build and support racial equity awareness among a board of commissioners. And we have a commissioner team, so I think you're setting me up to kind of talk a little bit about this. So I appreciate that. We have a commissioner team that includes President Forney, Commissioner Menz, and Commissioner Olson, superintendent, and myself. And we're working on what that looks like to bring this group resources and training. We have a meeting this week that our assignment that we're each bringing back to are what are some of those trainings and resources that we want to suggest and make available to the board. And in some cases, in particular, the ones I'm going to be looking for are trainings that might be similar to the same providers who provided the internal influencers training, but are being done in settings where you can go to, but you won't be in a spot where you would be subject to potentially open meeting law violations. So we're trying to work through how you can have an authentic experience and be in a space where you can get kind of, as we talk about the reps in terms of what we look at from a racial equity training and get some experience around it, and probably have some forums where you'd be together and some forums where we would advise that you could go and have some additional training options. Is that okay?
Awesome. Thank you. All right, I am going to recess the full board to move forward with
Admin and Finance.
The Admin and Finance Committee.
Okay, then. The time being 7:21 p.m., I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Can the Secretary please call the roll?
President Pro Tem Smith. Here. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Pardon me, Co-Chair Schaefer. Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would someone like to approve the agenda?
I would move the agenda.
Second.
All in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Fantastic, that passes. Someone like to move the minutes?
I will move the minutes of March 1st, 2023.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That also passes.
I can move Resolution 2023-38, resolution approving Amendment Number 1 to the use agreement with the Linden Hills Bocce Club for an additional 5 years at Linden Hills Park.
Thank you. I believe there is an amendment to this.
I can also move that amendment if it's time to do that.
Yes, thank you.
There's an amendment, resolution approving Amendment Number 1 to the use agreement with Linden Hills Bocce Club for an additional 1 year at Linden Hills Park.
Any discussion to the amendment? Co-Chair Schaefer.
Yes, I'm just happy to support this if this buys some more time. I just was wondering if there's any more answers to the questions that we asked around the detail of the Minneapolis Parks Foundation and their relationship with the club. And then,
change it from 5 years.
yeah, maybe we can just either take that out or add to it, or.
Co-Chair Thompson, Co-Chair Schaefer. We have Tom Evers here from the Minneapolis Parks Foundation. He can speak a little bit about the relationship, but mainly it's surrounding the fiscal responsibility for the club. The club is not an organization by law. They're not a 501(c)(3) or a corporation or anything like that. So they do utilize the Parks Foundation's organization. Yeah, fiscal sponsorship. You want to just fill in just a little bit?
Yes. President Pro Tem Smith and Chairs Thompson and Schaefer. Hello, everyone. So yes, the Minneapolis Parks Foundation, when we merged with People for Parks, one of the things that People for Parks was doing at the time was serving as a fiscal sponsor to about 5 different organizations. And so rather than leaving those organizations kind of without a fiscal sponsor, we agreed to enter into new fiscal sponsorship agreements with them. Linden Hills Bocce Club was being one of them. What we do as their fiscal sponsor really is they do the fund, they do their own membership fees or the league fees, and they have some minor expenses with a celebration and some contracting stuff. So we write the checks for that and have a way of invoicing. Their organization, which isn't really a legal organization, but their entity is within our books as audited as that process. So we just serve as the fiscal back office for them to some degree. But if there's an actual agreement with them, we would serve as the legal entity on their behalf if needed. If not needed, we wouldn't need to, but I think that would be the case.
That's helpful. And then do you take a processing fee for doing this fiscal process, and what is that?
We do. It's 15%.
Okay.
And so with that, we go through an annual audit process. CLA does that. We manage the checks. We do. So that's part of the process with it. Okay. I want to clarify for general, this is not a business model that we extend greatly. It's not something, there's other organizations that do that. But at that moment, when People for Parks had these arrangements, we said it's worth keeping them viable through that.
Thank you, that's helpful. And you don't have to tell us now, but I would be curious to know what those 5 organizations are that you are the fiscal responsibility for.
I can...
You can email them later.
Okay,
or
I will
whatever.
do that,
Yeah.
rather than just try to get them off the
Yeah.
top of my head.
No,
Yep.
that's helpful. And I appreciate the staff work in clarifying some of this stuff. And thank you, Tom. I just wanted to make one other comment that I personally am supportive of this initiative, but was surprised to hear that the process started in September. And then we get to this point as a board and feel like we have to be a gatekeeper on some of these details. And I don't think I'm not trying to point fingers on anyone, but I'm thinking that, as a commissioner, I want to fully support these initiatives that come to us as a board within the community that are grassroots, that are providing a service. But at the same time, we need to be consistent. And the same time, we need to know what those line items are that are considered in the agreements, particularly for staff. And then now we as commissioners know. But I really appreciate the detail that Tyler has spent on this. I really do. And so I'm happy to support this amendment and look forward to some of these things having greater discussion over the course of the next year.
Commissioner Menz.
Just to reiterate, thank you, Co-Chair Thompson. Just to reiterate some of the things that Commissioner Schaefer said, I want to really clarify that I love groups that do these things and activate spaces and make sure and take ownership and maintain places in our parks. But it is something that I would like to see how that works consistently. So just a little background, I mean, as a baseball coach, I want my kids to be able to maintain the field a little bit. I have been told by maintenance that we should not do that. We should not rake the field after, we should not maintain, and I see that as a disservice to the kids and to the people, because we want to have ownership of our parks, and I commend the bocce ball group for doing that and providing programming. But I want to make sure that we're allowing other citizens, especially young people, and to be able to feel free that we do steward these parks together, and that we can do that across the spectrum, and that it's equitable. So if we can do this I'm supportive of this amendment. I would probably not vote for the MOU as a 5-year agreement because I want to see some work done on this. And thank you to the Parks Foundation for being a fiscal agent to certain groups and taking that on. But yeah, I just want to clarify that I think that this is a great thing. I'm glad they're working with the Beltrami Club. I think I want to get out there and play bocce ball this year. But let's get these systems, these things in place to be equitable.
Just to clarify, we're still talking about the amendment. So are there any other questions toward the amendment of 5 years to 1 year? Commissioner Alper, or Benny? sorry.
Thank you,
The A's,
Co-Chair.
sorry.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson. I'm not on this committee, but I just wanted to say I appreciate the committee's willingness to actually find a creative solution here. I think once you heard that the Bocce Club was on a tighter time crunch than we thought, and I appreciate President Forney also writing the amendment and getting it advanced. So I'm glad that you're seriously considering it, because I think everyone here is on the same page where we want to land in a good spot with this agreement, but it needs to be fair across the system. So I just wanted to state that I appreciated this. Thank you.
Thank you. Without further lights, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. So, the amended resolution, any discussion? Commissioner Musich.
I'd like to move the staff amendment that's in our packet. This amendment is adding some whereas clauses. And I think that's it. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me. The two whereas clauses that are being added, one comes after the whereas about the donation agreement. It says, whereas the club is actively recruiting new members and regularly invites bystanders to participate in its activities at Linden Hills Park. And then the next one comes after the extension of terms, and it reads as follows: whereas the value of court maintenance performed by the club based on a comparison to courts maintained by MPRB staff at Beltrami Park is estimated to be $1,400.
Thank you. Any discussion toward that amendment, staff amendment? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of the staff amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes as well. Any other amendments to the resolution 2023-38? Discussion? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of this resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes.
And it will be brought back to the full board.
Oh, and it will be brought back to the full board momentarily. So, next resolution on admin and finance. Would someone like to move that
I
for me?
can move Resolution 2023-54. This is a resolution requesting the City of Minneapolis to increase parkway paving and related infrastructure investment, including ADA improvements and seal coating, to $6 million per year starting in 2024, including an escalation factor for future years consistent with the city's capital program annual increases, and to develop a program and funding to support parkway reconstruction.
Fantastic. We have a presentation on this.
Hi,
Or
Commissioners.
questions? Yeah.
Co-Chair Thompson, Co-Chair Schaefer, thank you. I'll be presenting on this item tonight, and it was just read, so I won't read that. I want to start with a brief glossary of terms. I'll be using some technical terms, so I'll just want to ground us all in the same language. When I talk about parkway renovation and rehabilitation, we're talking about the complete removal and replacement of the parkway asphalt pavement from curb gutter to curb gutter. When I talk about parkway reconstruction, I'll be talking about the complete rebuilding of the parkway, including the curbs and gutter, the pavement, the base, the utilities, and this is generally the opportunity to implement roadway width and alignment adjustments in line with approved plans. When I mention seal coat, we're talking about the upper layer of the asphalt consisting of loose chips compressed into the roadway surface with a binder that provides for a flexible and waterproof and highly skid-resistant surface, of which the parkways are red, as you'll note, the red chip. And then when I say PCI, we're talking about Pavement Condition Index. It's an industry standard for roadway that allows us to compare the conditions of different roadway surfaces. We'll talk about PV001, which is the City of Minneapolis's Parkway Renovation and Rehabilitation Fund Source, and TR008, which is their Parkway Lighting Replacement Fund Source. So the City of Minneapolis does perform parkway maintenance for us as authorized through the Service Redesign Agreement that occurred over 20 years ago. To accomplish this, they have a fund source, PV001, which has been set at $750,000 on average over the last 20 years. Due to inflation and construction costs increasing, this funding is renovating less and less parkways each year, which is now at about 1/3 of a mile per year for a two-way parkway, and 0.6 of a mile for a one-way parkway. New to the program is that we'll be upgrading pedestrian ramps to current ADA standards in the year advanced before the renovation occurs of those segments, and so that is further exacerbating the funding shortfall. And there are some assessments to adjacent properties that goes along with this program, but generally that's less than 10% of the construction costs, and it's relatively insignificant compared to the capital construction costs. There is additionally a separate fund source, TR 008, that covers that parkway lighting. It's been set at $350,000 on average over the last 20 years, and lighting is not a part of this analysis. The city does also invest over $650,000 in general maintenance activities, pothole filling, signage and striping, as well as street sweeping and snow removal, above and beyond PV 001. And then additionally, over the last few years, the Capital Long Range Improvement Committee, CLIC, of the City of Minneapolis, has consistently recommended a greater annual investment in PV 001. Through the 2022 statistically valid survey as well, we note that while only 41% of the respondents live on or regularly use the parkways, 56% strongly support a property tax increase to improve the conditions of parkways, while 25% oppose or strongly oppose a tax to improve the conditions. And then we start to look at the existing data that we have. And a thank you to the City of Minneapolis Transportation Planning staff who've been working with us on this. They've provided us with a significant amount of data that is really at the core of the work that we're doing here. But you can see that we have over 85% of our roadways are 30 years or older. And then we start to look at the actual condition of that roadway. And you can see that we have about 27% of the roadway of the parkway system is in poor or very poor condition, which is just over 15 miles of parkway. So again, we have this baseline of PCI data really by block segment throughout the entire parkway. And again, that was provided through the City of Minneapolis PCI data collection practices. Importantly, though, not all of the pavement conditions reflected in this map are the current roadway conditions. And so we've noted here that a significant portion of the city, South and Southwest Minneapolis, were collected in 2017. And so those conditions are worse than they are reflected in this map that you've all been given access to. We anticipate generally a 5 PCI decrease annually. So you can imagine the southern part of the city being in much worse condition than this map is reflecting. And this PCI data set is really the baseline for the analysis we're doing relating to funding for PV 001. And while a traditional pavement management funding and condition analysis would be completed through complex software solutions, this analysis was completed using existing software and the talents of the data insights team. Special thanks to Madeline Hudek and Peter Hama for spearheading that effort. So we looked at 3 funding and programming scenarios. The first is what happens to the system if we maintain existing funding over the next 30 years. The next would be funding sufficient to renovate 2 miles of parkway, which was a board performance goal that was part of the work or the guidance that really started this work for us. And the third is funding using a data-driven pavement management program with costs associated with the pedestrian ramp improvements that I mentioned, as well as the other costs of seal coating, curb replacement, and catch basins. So this is where we're really looking at when the PCI of the roadway segment drops below 40, we're looking at a reconstruction of that roadway. And then when it's improved and then starts to drop into that 75 to 70 range, we're giving it a seal coat. And then 10 years later, another seal coat before we would then renovate it again within sort of a 30-year cycle with 2 seal coats in between. So that's what this is modeled off of. Excluded from this analysis are parts of our system that are Minnesota state aid roadways where funding does come from another source, and additionally parkway segments that are slated for reconstruction are not part of the pavement modeling as well. Parkway reconstruction, we estimate at about $11 million a mile, and we have about 1.5 miles of parkway system that we anticipate needing to be reconstructed in the next 10 to 15 years. So then the data modeling here for the existing funding of $750,000 per year shows that while we're able to renovate over 1/3 of a mile a year right now, that's going to decrease over time. So over the next 30 years, we'd be able to renovate 8.6 miles. The pavement condition generally decreases by about 5 points on average, and it would decrease significantly in the coming years. We then look at that 2 miles of rehab per year model. The cost associated with 2 miles of rehab is about $4.1 million per year. We adjust that for inflation. You can see the costs associated with that type of program. Notably though, the PCI, despite the 2 miles of renovation a year, the PCI average of our system would continue to drop from where we are today over time due to the lack of a seal coat program and that fact that we'd be still behind the rehab system and the needs that we've identified. So now we've looked at more of a data-driven approach, and this is one where we have sort of normalized the amount of rehab that would occur in any given year, and then we have a seal coat program on top of that. And so you can see the amount of miles that would be sort of touched in any given year and how we'd be able to sort of hold that PCI quite a bit higher than any of those other 2 programs that we were modeling. When we look at that from a cost perspective, you can see that in the initial years, we're sort of in that $4.5 to $6.5 million range, and it escalates quite quickly after 2035. And you can see the comparison of the PCI averages within those 3 programs that we modeled. So the recommendation here is to use sort of a pavement management strategy, more data-driven approach. And that's really guiding the $6 million recommendation that you have before you today in terms of initial conversations with city staff for PV001. And that's what we hope the roads look like after. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you so much, Director Elias. It looks, that is Superintendent Bangora's light that is on. I can't quite tell.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson and Schaefer. Thank you for recognizing me. I wanted to kind of start this off before Dan came up to speak to at least kind of ground the board just real quickly. It's kind of it's an important moment because I know that the mayor just had a conference on potholes, or a press conference on potholes. And I explained to you what my car went through, and I just heard the Assistant Superintendent Schroeder just had the same thing with his tire and his car. So it is an important topic and timely at this very moment. One of the things that I wanted to reflect back on, I know this was mentioned before, is when we talk about our mission statement of the Park Board. And I'm just going to read it real quickly. And it says, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board permanently preserves, protects, maintains, improves, and enhances its natural resources, parkland, and recreational opportunities for current and future generations of our region, including people, plants, and wildlife. And this couldn't be a more important moment at this time as a board as we look at these things that are in front of us, and particularly this resolution around parkways and what will be coming up also with stormwater. And so I look at this as a legacy moment right now at this moment as our core responsibility around water bodies and infrastructure in our park system and what that means for this incredible jewel of a park system that we have and to maintain that. And so this is in front of this board at this very moment. And just to circle back, as I think Dan said, is that we had visited the park, the board had talked about this and was very clear about these legacy moments, these priorities. And of course, there was 3 of them: stormwater, parkways, and endowments. What's in front of us today is between parkways and stormwater. And what we've heard constantly too is to maintain what we have. And if we don't do anything now at this moment, I mean, we can give more details looking at this. Parkways right now are at a 100-year rehabilitation project. I mean, it is devastating. We won't be able to keep up. We should be at least on a 30-year. So this is really significant for us. And And that's the one thing I just wanted just to make sure that I had this moment just to say to you that staff have done a really great job. Thank you to the board and for working through this with us and being a part of this. And at this moment that we sit here today in this legacy moment around what we need to do in our park system to take care of our infrastructure and, of course, our water bodies. So I just wanted to share that with you. And again, to say that this board has been very clear about this direction and also being very clear to say that we want to take more responsibility in our parks and what this board can do to help preserve that. And so I just wanted to ground us on that again to say thank you for that. And we are very excited about this work. We're working very hard at it, and thank you for your cooperation on that also. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Bangora. I believe it is Commissioner Obeni who would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair Thompson. I'm not on this committee, and I do want to say a couple of things, although please actually, I'm hoping you'll actually hear Superintendent Bangora's words, so I don't want to go over those. But I do think this is a really important opportunity because we are not going to be able to get out of where we are. We just have to sort of step up and work with the city to say these need a level of service that are different than the ones that are breaking people's axles. I actually heard from somebody last night at a caucus. So interestingly, there's this report from last year, and it's a research project out of the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. It's actually really readable. I know I'm a civil engineer, but it's really good if anybody wants to see it. I can shoot you a copy or send it through the secretary. But in the summary, everyone knows this. It doesn't take a PhD candidate out of Humphrey to tell you that the findings are that deferred maintenance will negatively affect asset life, leading to higher future maintenance costs and lower roadway safety. So this costs money no matter what. And then just on time, the Star Tribune, and I think it was because of the press conference and just because of the condition of our roads, said, worst pothole winter, an extra $1 million. But I'd also ask, people to just be aware, there are some streets that actually don't have potholes. And I bet if we traveled outside of the city, there'd be some streets that don't have potholes. And that's because those streets actually have been maintained. So what I really like, another recommendation at the end of this report is to do the data-driven approach. Perfect. That state of the art is out there, and that's the best way to avoid to operate the roadways in the lowest cost. And I want to say one more thing. Last time, some questions about climate change came up. And in fact, I think there could be an impact. In fact, we're looking at this in my day job at the university, infrastructure impacts. So more freeze-thaw cycles definitely is murder to pavements. More temperature extremes is very hard on pavements. Also, as we're exploring and investing in alternative transportation systems to reduce our fossil fuels and all of that, that's a money demand that's coming away from this type of traditional maintenance. Not a judgment, it's just a fact. Also, as we get more efficient vehicles, gas-wise, and electric vehicles, the state on a whole is losing revenue for roadway maintenance, which puts more burden on other budgets and more competition for those dollars. And then finally, there does seem to be a decline, according to this report, in vehicle miles traveled, which is another way that the overall systems in the whole state lose revenue. So I really hope my colleagues on this committee support this, and I think we'd be doing something great, and this starts our work. We have to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to reading that report. Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, staff. I support this this resolution. Did I hear that we can maintain nearly double the parkway miles at the same cost if it's one way? It's because it's half the size. 0.33, 0.6.
Commissioner Menz, yeah, so the roadway width would determine the cost associated with that.
Okay, it's not a matter of the painting or anything, it's just the width.
It's just the width of the pavement itself that determines how much we can afford.
Okay. And then, well, I guess I'll read Commissioner Benny's wonderful report tonight. So this is what we're doing with this resolution is we're basically saying we need $6 million, and that starts the negotiation process with the city, or we're like, this is what we need, and you need to, I mean, like, how does that work from here? Because I think that there's a lot of support from council members. I've talked to a few. people talk about the roadways all the time. I think that, I don't know if I've ever gotten as many emails of support from constituents for this resolution as I did for this one, and maybe that was just politicking, but it seems like there is wide support between politicians and the public for this, so I guess I don't have a question.
Yeah. Any other, Commissioner Co-Chair Schaefer?
I just want to say I am thrilled to support this, and I think this is what our residents want. And this is showing maturity in putting our needs before our wants and maintain before new. And these are not sexy, but they're really important, and I am proud to support this.
Seeing no other lights, I will just also add that I am incredibly grateful that I feel like we're being good stewards of our community with this. So, with that, let us vote on resolution, let me get the number right, 2023-54. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes. Moving on, would someone like to move the next resolution for me?
I can move Resolution 2023-55. It's a resolution requesting the City of Minneapolis provide dedicated sustainable stormwater utility fee funding at a rate of $2 per month per equivalent stormwater unit with an annual escalation factor to support the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's MPRB's management of the MPRB-owned stormwater infrastructure on public property, the development and implementation of a capital program for water quality improvement projects targeting Minneapolis's public waters, and the protection, restoration, and improvement of Minneapolis's public waters. And we're missing an apostrophe in one of the MPRBs. So if we could add the apostrophe, that'd be great.
And we have a wonderful presentation to understand. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
All right. Good evening. So as part of my presentation related to the resolution in front of you tonight regarding the stormwater utility fee funding, I'd like to first talk about why it's important to manage stormwater and kind of ground us in what stormwater is and why we care about stormwater. And just to remind everyone, stormwater is that rain or that melting snow like we're getting tonight that flows over the ground surface and does not soak into the ground. And it's really loaded with pollutants. The snowmelt that we have every spring is probably the dirtiest, nastiest water that comes into our lakes and streams every year. Stormwater runoff in a lot of areas of the city is going directly into our local water bodies. There's a graphic here that the MPCA created that's on their public webpage about stormwater that kind of tries to tell the story about what stormwater is, why it's important, how it brings up pollutants, and how it ends up in our local water bodies. In Minneapolis, there are about 500 miles of stormwater pipes in the city of Minneapolis, and those stormwater pipes are, many of them are directly discharging into the water bodies that we manage. We do have some grit chambers in place throughout the city. We have some stormwater ponds, we have some swales, we have some other things in place, but the vast majority of stormwater runoff is going directly into these water bodies. And it has a real negative impact on the water quality of those water bodies. It can cause erosion problems, it can harm fish and wildlife, and it sometimes does create unsafe water conditions for recreation. And we see that sometimes when we close our beaches related to high bacteria counts. We have had a couple instances in the past few years where we've actually closed entire lakes related to some algal bloom problems we had over at Cedar Lake and Lake of the Isles, and Lake Nokomis actually too. That stormwater can also damage the trails that are out there that people like to recreate on. It can damage shorelines, it can damage bridges. And one of the ways that stormwater is managed throughout the nation is through this permit called the NPDES permit, the National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System permit. And that is a permit that's required by the Federal Clean Water Act. And in Minnesota,
the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency oversees and administers this permit. And in Minneapolis, both the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board are signature to this permit. We both are part of this permit, and the reason why is because both the City of Minneapolis and the MPRB own part of the storm sewer system in Minneapolis. And this permit is important because it regulates that stormwater runoff that is so detrimental to local water bodies. And one of its purposes is to really reduce the impacts of pollution on those water bodies. Wanted to give you an example of a part of the storm sewer system in Minneapolis that the Park Board actually owns and operates, and this is at the north end of Lake Harriet, and the yellow highlighted area on this map is a small part of the storm sewer system that's draining just MPRB land, and that storm sewer system is draining right into Lake Harriet. Most of the storm sewer system in Minneapolis is connected. The Minneapolis and the MPRB system is connected, but there are parts that are just on MPRB land that are just draining MPRB waters. There are a lot of parts where it's draining city water also and coming in to the parks and into those water bodies that we are responsible for managing. So one of the ways that this federal permit ensures that people are doing things to regulate stormwater runoff, to reduce the impacts of pollution, is through something called the Stormwater Management Program. And this is a document that's required to be created as part of the NPDES program. And in this document, there's a plan that the Park Board and the city were involved in developing to explain what our stormwater management program is. And some of the areas that are bolded here are areas that are probably some of the most significant participation for the Park Board, especially in the permit, and some things like good housekeeping, construction site runoff control, stormwater monitoring, and some other pieces about stormwater management. So there's a lot of ways that the city and the MPRB work together on stormwater management and some of the permit compliance in the city of Minneapolis. And this slide is meant to illustrate what some of those ways are. We talked about the stormwater management program. We've talked about the permit that exists. And again, we're jointly responsible on that permit. There were a lot of submittals, a lot of reports associated with that. And we've been working cooperatively with the city on a lot of that. We've kind of divided our responsibilities where the city has taken on generally a larger role for managing the storm drain system in Minneapolis. And we've been generally more responsible for shoreline and lake management, but those are not exclusive of each other or complete responsibility for either side. There is one example I wanted to point out before we talk about the stormwater utility fees of how we are working with the City of Minneapolis and the MPRB, and that's through this stormwater services agreement that we have that is directly related to those NPDES permit activities. This is an annual agreement that we've been in with the City of Minneapolis since 2011. And an intention of this is to kind of use the strengths of each organization to try to best meet our permit requirements. And for the MPRB, that has been primarily stormwater monitoring, lake monitoring, and educational activities. And the city has had a much larger role in a lot of the reporting associated with the permit in other areas. And just to give you an idea of what those expenses are each year in our organization associated with the monitoring and the education. Here is a summary of the last 6 years of what those reimbursements have been from the city's stormwater agreement to the MPRB. And why that's important, and you'll see that we've been in excess of $600,000 the last few years. We do believe that we would like to have more activities that we could do under this agreement. If we were to have an agreement into the future, we'd like to have more education activities. We do believe there is kind of more to do, but a lot of this has been limited by the amount of staff that we have to dedicate to this work. And the reason I bring up the stormwater agreement is the agreement is actually funded through the city's stormwater utility fees. And those fees have been around since 2005. So the city of Minneapolis has been collecting stormwater utility fees since 2005. And they charge property owners for the management of stormwater based on the degree to which their property is covered by impervious surfaces. Before 2005, stormwater management was incorporated into stormwater and sewer fees that were based on like water usage in your home. So there was a big move in the early 2000s to go into this stormwater utility model, which is used in several cities across the nation. They pay for design work, construction programs, street cleaning, storm sewer system operations and maintenance, and they use those dollars to keep the city in compliance with this NPDES permit. And an important number to know is that in 2023, the city will collect $45 million in revenue associated with those stormwater utility fees. It's a pretty big number. They have some policies that require a certain amount of cash balance. They are using those fees. They don't necessarily spend that amount every year. They use those fees sometimes to fund larger projects down the road. Sometimes they bond it in order to fund some of their larger projects. And they'll use some of those fund balances in combination with that. And then all properties within the city limits do pay this monthly stormwater utility fee. So we at the MPRB are paying that fee, schools are paying it, other governmental entities are paying it, and we're paying about $450,000 annually. So the way the fee is collected, and this is important because what we're considering tonight is this increase in this rate that the fee is collected based on. So the city collects these monthly fees based on what they call equivalent stormwater units. And that rate, right now in 2023, is $14.45 for one equivalent stormwater unit. And the average single-family home in Minneapolis pays this rate of one equivalent stormwater unit per month. So the average home is paying $14.45 a month. Some people are paying 75% of that rate if they have less impervious surface. Some are paying excuse me, like 125% if they have a lot of impervious surface. And again, related to impervious surface and paid by all property owners. So this board identified these areas of legacy funding that Superintendent Bangor was talking about stormwater, about parkways and endowments. And knowing that this board wanted to look into having more dollars available for stormwater management in the park system, we put a question in the Morris Letterman survey in late fall of 2022 in regards to utility bills. And this was a citywide survey. It was statistically valid. And you can see the question on the screen here. Excuse me. Monthly utility bills include a stormwater fee for each household. And we asked people, what percent of the stormwater fees in Minneapolis goes to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to improve and monitor water quality in Minneapolis lakes and creeks? And the responses are shown on the screen. And the most common answer was 1% to 2% is what people thought came to the MPRB. And they were actually, that was correct. So I'm not sure if that was knowledge-based or if that was kind of a lucky guess, but that's where people landed, because you can see on the bottom of the screen the correct answer is 1.6%. But the majority of people in the city are thinking we're getting a very small portion of that, 1% to 2% or 3% to 4%. So then there was a follow-up question. So they were told it's really this 1.6 cents of every dollar, or 1.6% of the fees. And they were told about this household average that people are paying of about $14 a month in fees. And they were asked, how much would you be willing to increase those stormwater fees per household per month for the MPRB to improve and monitor water quality in Minneapolis lakes and creeks? And you can see the responses here on the screen. And the most common response was 32% of the folks said, I'm willing to increase by $1. And when you look at these numbers on the screen here, about 70% of the people are saying, I'm willing to pay between 50 cents to $2 a month more in stormwater utility fees, excuse me, in order to improve water quality. I'm going to grab my water. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jennifer's on. So this was a very revealing question. Thanks, Jennifer. For us, and it was an intentional question to kind of gauge where are people at with a willingness to pay a little bit more for some improved water quality in the city. And then a follow-up question to this dove a little deeper into those people that said that, well, I don't know, or I refuse to answer for those people who said nothing, I'm not willing to pay anything, which was 79 of the survey people, 16% of the respondents. So then they were told that stormwater does carry these pollutants, it carries trash to the lakes across the city. It's a top source of pollution. And they were asked, knowing this, would you still oppose an increase to stormwater fees? And at this time, half of those people are saying, no, I no longer oppose this increase. You know, they've seen the importance of what those fees have the potential to do to some degree for water quality. So that was a really positive response in this survey also. Excuse me. And then, so knowing we had asked these questions, knowing that we had some desire to look at increasing fees in order to fund a lot of our operations associated with the storm sewer system, our education, our monitoring, our BMP management, we looked at what's the impact of increasing these fees per month by 50 cents, 75 cents, $1, all the way up to $2. And the impact is pretty significant when you start to get to the $1 and more a month in fee increase. And the $2 a month is highlighted because that's what's in front of you tonight with the resolution, and it does really support some of the work we've been doing to look at estimated costs associated with this increased work and ability to do some projects and do some actual capital work in our storm sewer system. So our estimate, and this was prepared by our finance department, it's not an exact figure, but our estimate, if we were to increase stormwater utilities fees per month by $2, we would estimate about $6.26 million in revenue would come to the MPRB. And that would be a cost per household of $24 additional per month. So there is a small cost impact to people associated with this increase.
Per year.
Per year. Excuse me, per year. Yes, not a month, I'm sorry. $24 annually. $24 annually. So we've been talking about all of the needs that we have associated with stormwater management in the MPRB system. And we've been developing cost models associated with taking a much more active role in stormwater management in Minneapolis parks and around managing what we call BMPs, best management practices, such as stormwater wetlands, swales, infiltration basins, things like this that exist on our property. And also around permit compliance, and to fund an actual capital need associated with not only maintaining the storm sewer system, replacing some of those very old storm sewer pipes, but also some water quality improvement projects, and like stream bank stabilization, shoreline stabilization. So we developed an estimated annual budget based on kind of an initial proposed staffing model. It would have a professional engineer oversee storm sewer and stormwater management. That person would oversee stormwater BMP management and our NPDES permit compliance activities. We would have a couple of GIS technician positions added to the organization. They would enable us to actually get out and survey our storm sewer system and oversee field crews who would perform BMP maintenance. They would do inspections for us. And, you know, we do not have the staffing capacity right now to do that work. We don't have any of this dedicated staff. And it's important that we do have a work unit that can oversee this work and be responsible for this work. And we really need to have this group come in with kind of that right skill set where we've got an engineer who understands the drawings, excuse me, the plans, the maintenance needs, the assessment needs. So we put together some cost estimates. We took into account payroll, vehicles, computers, materials, contractual services, and things like that. And we came up with an annual cost of about $1.8 million in operational ongoing costs. And we also recognize that there would be startup costs associated with this work. We know that if you're going to hire if you're going to create a new work unit, you're going to need some vehicles. You're going to need some vehicles to actually do the BMP management and maintenance. You're going to need some workstations. You're going to need some computers. You're going to need a lot of those things. And we estimate that cost at about $1.1 million. So when we are talking about things this group would do, I think a good example would be to kind of quantify things because, well, why would you need that many people to take care of the storm sewer system? We have about 85 BMPs on our park properties right now. And this group could go out for us and inspect those properties. They could go out and do repair. They could go out and do maintenance that they could do, or they could identify the need and have somebody come in that maybe has a specialized equipment that we need. They would be able to actually do the inspections we're supposed to be doing as part of having these BMPs on our property. We could track that work. I mean, there's a lot of work here to be done. It's not just the storm sewer pipes themselves that need attention, but there's also the other pieces of that storm water system. So that's what we see this group doing. That's part of these operational ongoing costs. And if we took those costs and we looked at the fact that we're already spending $800,000 almost on monitoring and education, and we're already spending $450,000 approximately on stormwater utility fees, there would be an annual cost to the organization around $3 million for really that system maintenance, that system operation, that permit compliance, the education, the monitoring, all those pieces. And we also really think there's a need for some money for capital and water quality improvement projects. The storm sewer system has not had any dedicated funding in decades. And if something breaks now, we just go out and we have to repair it. And that's coming out of the general fund generally. Sometimes in planning projects, some pieces of the storm sewer system will get replaced. But without a funding stream like a stormwater utility, we don't really have an ability to fund the replacement of the system now, the maintenance of those BMPs and all those things. So we also think it's important that we think about having a funding stream for those capital needs and for water quality improvement projects. There's a lot of needs out there for water quality projects. We're in a study right now at Cedar and Nokomis, where we know we've got these blue-green algae problems. We know we've had these harmful algal blooms occur, and we've been looking at what are those causes. And we've been working with Bar Engineering on that, and they've identified some things that we could go do to reduce those algal blooms. There are some watershed things in the watershed activities. There are some in-lake activities. One of the things that they're saying is if you are able to do alum treatments, you could really reduce the frequency and the intensity of those algal blooms. And those treatments cost money, and they don't just happen once and you walk away for 25 years. This money could be used to help us with those alum treatments. And it may even be that this funding doesn't cover the needs for the alum treatments. We may need partners with like the City of Minneapolis and the watershed districts to fund some of the water quality things. We've also been monitoring Powderhorn. It's got some blue-green algae problems also, and we are doing a monitoring study right now, and we need to invest in that lake in order to reduce those occurrences of algal blooms that we're having. We've had to cancel programs at that lake because people can't go in it and canoe. Excuse me. So the other part of the equation when we think about projects that this would fund, There are some big pieces of our system that convey a lot of water, and the most specific one that we've been talking about lately is the William Berry system, which is at the south end of Batavia-Casca, and it takes water from the whole upper chain of lakes and brings it over, well, it goes underneath William Berry Road, and then overland, and then goes into Lake Harriet. And that system is really struggling to keep up when we've had these high water years the last, from 2014 to 2019. We were out there often trying to make sure that system was able to move the water. There was a lot of debris. There were some vortexes being created. It needs a facelift. It needs some help. And, you know, these are the kind of things we could do with this kind of money. So there's more examples I could talk about, but I know that the night's getting a little bit long for everyone. But just wanted to give you some examples to think about as we consider this resolution. And so remember when we did the budget calculation, we have this initial model. We included those storm sewer service agreement costs that we're incurring now. We included those utility fees. And then we did this startup fee thing calculation, and then we have this annual base budget of about $3 million. And then if we were to add in a funding stream for those capital expenses and water quality projects, it would bring that total to more than $5 million. So the next slide really summarizes what those revenue increases that we looked at would equate to as far as trying to get an increase in the stormwater utility fees in order to have us be able to meet some of the needs out in the parks and out with the water bodies. And really a 50-cent increase would not be sufficient. You know, you really need to get up to a higher increase in the stormwater utility fee if we want to not only just do the maintenance operations piece, but if we also want to put ourselves in a position to do some water quality improvement projects. You know, the lakes and the water bodies in Minneapolis are very important to people. And we are very fortunate that we have these kind of swimmable, fishable, usable lakes. And we really want to keep them that way. And then we need to make investments in order to do that. So as you consider the resolution, I'll leave this up on the screen. I'll see if you have any questions. But really that $2, getting into that upper $2 price point for an increase would help us to meet up those startup costs. It would meet those operational budget estimates, and it would give us some funding that we don't have right now for these capital projects and for water quality projects. So, are there any questions?
Questions? Any discussion? I see Commissioner Penny.
Thank you. I'm not on this committee. Oh, Commissioner Menz, would you like to go first since you're on the committee, or what do you think?
Go ahead.
No? Okay. So thank you so much for the presentation. I'm so excited that this is in front of us. I also really appreciate the timeline explanation. I think it's important just to reiterate that in 2005, that's when the stormwater fee was developed. There's a document we were all sent today from 1999 where the city and the park board at that time, this is in the last century, so before that stormwater fee, were trying to figure out who was going to be responsible for the, as it was known, MPRB storm sewer system. So right there, there's an acknowledgement. MPRB operates a storm sewer system, just like the city of Minneapolis operates a storm sewer system. At that time, it was decided that maybe the city could take it on and adjust their sewer fees, as Ms. Pilger said, which they had at that time. They did not have this utility fee, this stormwater utility fee. So they were acknowledging that it would cost money, that it takes money to maintain the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's storm sewer system. Then in 2005, that rate came in, and that was under statute 444. And the reason I'll say that is I actually was on the city's technical advisory committee in 2004 for the development of that fee. And in that statutory section 444, one of the purposes that you can collect this fee for is to comply with permits required by law, like our NPDES permit. And some of the things that Ms. Pilger was talking about that the park board's doing, the monitoring and the education program, we do it because we're awesome, but also because we're required under the permit to do it. And actually, we're doing it really well. So this is also, to me, an indication that if we step into our authority and do this, we will be doing these other things well in a way that I think is going to really be a kind of a way for us to lead on water quality. The other thing that statute 444 says is that as you repay debt, for storm sewer improvements, and we do them all the time on our projects. We build storm sewer every time we build a capital project. But that you should really, as you repay your debt, you should limit the use of real estate taxes, property taxes to pay that debt back. You should, in fact, use this utility fee that we don't get. So I think that's, a really important thing. And then I also want to say there are there's cities all over the country, but all over Minnesota that do this. And this model is what everybody uses. I work at the University of Minnesota. This is the model we use. We understand what the impervious surfaces are on the campus, and we charge, based on impervious surfaces, the College of Liberal Arts and the College of Science and Engineering. They're our customers on the campus. And we actually use the city's rate of 1,530 square feet of impervious is one ESU, because that's how we developed it. So I can stop because I'm going long, but I might want to talk again. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz.
I just wanted to say thank you to this board. Like, I feel like today is a reflection of our values as a board, that we're choosing not to take on responsibilities that we can't really handle or are going to prevent us from maintaining the responsibilities and the priorities that we have. And we're taking on the responsibilities and really pushing forward and stepping into our role as a separate elected body with, taxing privilege and really taking that on. And I really want to commend Commissioner Ebeni for her role in this. And I feel like this has been in her head since she ran. And then it's finally coming to the board as a resolution and with the support of, all of us. And I'm really proud to support this proposal, this resolution in particular. But thank you, Commissioner Ebeni, for leading on this and for helping us lead together.
Would you like to speak again, Commissioner Benny?
So sorry. And actually, thank you for saying that. But I do see this as a board initiative, and that's really a big deal to me. And I think it's pretty great, actually. I do want to say one more thing, and it's just about the water quality in the lakes. We've been trying it this way with the city of Minneapolis for a long time, since 1999 or 2005, since we co-permittees with the NPDES permit, which is probably the late 90s. And this is where we are. We have some water quality we know that's moving backwards, and so this way we've been doing it doesn't work. The other thing I want to say is that when I was door knocking, it was so interesting to me, and then it happened last night at caucus. People will tell me the stories of, well, the lakes are green because of the chemicals people put on their lawns, and I keep thinking, what? That people have bought into that in Minneapolis, and while that is true and it's a problem, I don't think there are that many lawns that are treated that way in Minneapolis. I mean, most of our lawns look like a wreck, at least if I'll speak to mine, but so they sort of bought into this idea that that's the thing. But the problem is that we have an efficient underground pollutant delivery system, otherwise known as the storm sewer system. We have our storm sewer system and we have the city's system. So one of the things we also have is that fact sheet. Look at the outfall map. The whole water bodies, the chain of lakes, the creeks, all over our city, that's where the water's going, and the vast majority is not treated. So if we can do this work, step into this work, get our arms around our portfolio of infrastructure, build the right team, we can also work with our partners and set up some requirements for what can actually come into our water and what can come into our parkland. So thank you. Thanks for letting me speak twice.
Welcome. Commissioner Misich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson, for giving me an opportunity to speak. There's one phrase that my colleague from District 6 left out of her comments, and that is pollutant luge. which is how she helped me to fully understand this initially. Our stormwater system is a pollutant luge. And so if we could all just add that to our lexicon as we talk about the stormwater system, as we try to reform it, I think it'll add a little bit of levity to something that's very serious and a little bit scary. So thank you for the stand-up routine that helps bring us all along on such a complicated topic. This is a topic that I've been working on my entire career here at the Park Board as a commissioner, and prior to this as a master gardener, in teaching people about how to have a low-impact lawn. So while my preference is that you would replace your lawn with deep-rooted plants that will help to treat and filter and capture pollutants before the water runs off your property, if you do choose to have a lawn, there are ways to make it less like concrete and to have it function a little bit more responsibly in terms of cleansing our waters. So the University of Minnesota's Extension Service has a lot of programs on this topic, as does Metro Blooms, a partner of theirs. So I would highly recommend that members of the public that maintain landscaping in some way, shape, or form look into these things to help us improve our water quality before it leaves our properties. And I'm very excited to see this moving forward, and I do hope that it gets the full support of the committee this evening and the full board when it comes before us. Thanks.
Thank you. Co-Chair Schaefer.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the point that, we're nearing the end of the Cedar Isles the planning process. And water quality was really something we heard loud and clear through this point in the process, and we're still going to get some more feedback in a few weeks. But I really think this, bringing this forward around hearing that in our regional park plan is really exciting to me. And that was kind of coincidental, but I really think I just wanted to point out that it affirms, this direction that we're going. And I think the broader community across the board really wants to protect what we've been given. And that's our mission, right? So thank you to everyone who's been involved.
President Forney.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson, for letting me speak. This is a huge, huge lift, you guys. I just want you all to know. The passion, of course, that Commissioner Abene speaks to it, it seems like it's going to be a very easy sell, but I just want you to know that this in our parkway is going to be a very difficult thing. I mean, for the mayor just to say it's going to be $1 million to fix, this money is not just like growing on trees, okay. But the reason why we brought this forward is so that we can get in queue with the setting of budgets, okay? And so I so appreciate that, we are having this discussions, whatever. But I just, really needed everybody to understand that we need to advocate for this in every opportunity we can. The fact that the mayor had a press conference regarding potholes and everything speaks to these initiatives that we're talking about tonight. The fact that he asked everybody to go out and find their storm drain. Yep. I mean, all of the information is there. I mean, I'm sorry, it's not Commissioner, Professor, Engineer Abene, it's Mother Nature who's working with us. It's like, thank you for those potholes. I mean, this is a huge lift, but it is so essential. And so I really appreciate everybody here seeming to be supportive of it, but we need to go out and we need to advocate for this. Get your constituents, please, to speak this language. It's economically, yes, it is a huge lift, but it is so essential. So thank you all for entertaining this, and I look forward to it passing.
Seeing no other lights, I will just add to the conversation, how shall I put this? It seems like we're called the city of lakes, right? I was telling the expert in this, the Commissioner Abene, about how as a kid, as the city, you watch things flow down the storm drain and you just kind of shrug and say, well, someone understands where this goes. And then we would discuss, does it go to the lakes? And we're like, no, it can't possibly, and you watch people throw trash around or just, it goes to the lakes, it goes to the creeks, it goes to the river. And I do believe that we all, as a community, prioritize our water. We just don't necessarily know how to get there. And I'm really grateful to staff and the thinking behind finding a dedicated fund for water. I'm learning, I'm not quite a rookie anymore about the budget process, but I'm only in my second year here, and recognizing that when we are very intentional about this goes here, it stays there. And I'm very excited at the idea that we're having this conversation and we get a chance to pass something that is very specifically making sure that we maintain our water bodies and the jewel of our entire community, which extends out to the suburbs and beyond. So with that, seeing no other lights, all of those in favor of Resolution 2023-55, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Yeah, let's do it.
City's turn.
And with that, I believe I can call the adjournment of the meeting of Admin and Finance. Meeting adjourned.
Great, and with that, I would like to call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Benny.
Here.
Co-Chair Alper.
Here. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from last time?
So moved.
From June, thank you, from June 15th, 2022? Wait, what?
Yeah.
That seems wrong. Secretary, is that the correct minutes?
No.
How about we come back to that? Yes, we'll come back to that. All right, so let's move into the next one. We have one action item before us. Can I get a motion for that one?
I'll move Resolution 2023-48, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for Hennepin County's Lake Street Multimodal Improvements Project adjacent to and within Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
Great, and I'd like to invite Director Arvidsson to the podium, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Co-Chair Alper, Commissioners. I'm going to do a very brief presentation with just one graphic, because I think we've been through a couple of these temporary occupancies before, and I believe that you all have the general gist of how this works. Just a quick reminder, any federally funded transportation project needs to mitigate its impact on parkland, and that is the paragraph 4F that we call. One of the ways to address 4F is through a temporary occupancy, which is essentially an abbreviated 4F process that still gets approved by the agency with jurisdiction, which is the park board in this case. And it can apply under certain conditions, most notably when there is no change in ownership of land, when the occupancy of the land to construct the improvement is short-term in nature, and there's some other factors in place. So the project before us today is a Hennepin County project that is actually being constructed in association with the Metro Transit Bus Rapid Transit Project on Lake Street. And so the graphic that I have on the screen here in front of you shows a section of Lake Street at the intersection of Bedé-McCoska Parkway. And you can see Bedé-McCoska Parkway is there on the left-hand side of the screen, and then Knox Avenue is the small road that is not parkland that sort of fronts the residences there. You can note also a bus rapid transit stop in this graphic. But one of the things that is planned to happen alongside this Lake Street bus rapid transit is for there to be multimodal improvements consisting of some on and off-street bikeways all along the length of Lake Street. It's a fairly exciting project. And at the western end of Lake Street here, there's an opportunity to connect into the existing trails that we have through the chain of lakes. Just on the west side of Bede-Makaska, we've recently improved a lot of trail crossings, wider landing areas, improved signalization for a trail that runs then northward to Lake of the Isles. You can see just glimpses of it in these graphics. Note also that this is the site of the refectory building that is currently being rebuilt. So the trail in question here, you'll note the Lake Street multimodal project comes through here, would cross Knox Avenue, and then cross this greenish sort of median space between Bede-Makaska and Knox, and then improved, again, landing areas. This is something we always push for. Our landing areas behind curbs get very congested with trailers and tandem bikes and little kids and all that, so we like to have those be as big as possible. So a much widened area, dual striped crosswalk that connects into our existing trail system. So this could become a great interchange point for people that are using the regional trails and then moving into the uptown area and across town, and also vice versa. You'll note on this graphic, this thin black line right here that I'm tracing is the park board property line. Let me just say that Lake Street is a bit of a weird animal, but suffice it to say that our property line actually does do that, and it juts out and takes in a portion of the existing sidewalk on Lake Street, as well as a portion of the curb line. So in order to build this trail, Hennepin County will need to cross parkland in order to do that. The expectation is that this would remain a Hennepin County trail, but that we would essentially offer the right to have that exist on parkland under this temporary occupancy authorization. Should the board act positively on this tonight, there would likely be a later maintenance and operations agreement that would come forward to you, again, with the county or with Metro Transit. I'm not sure which entity, once the design was a little further down the road. And as always, if you approve this tonight, design staff will continue to work with project staff to ensure that park goals and strategies are met. I will pause for questions, but I also want to note that the project team is here in force tonight. We have several individuals. Jonette Kunau is a consultant with Kimley Horn, the lead design consultant on the project. Jason Stable is with Hennepin County, and Frank Alarcon is here with Metro Transit. So if you have projects about the multimodal project or the transit project, they're going to be better for that. If you've got questions about 4F and park impact, I stand ready to answer those. Thank you very much, Commissioner Alper. Chair Alper.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to Commissioner Schaefer and then Commissioner Thompson.
Sure. I have a couple questions. One is, you mentioned that the multimodal path goes all the way the length of Lake Street. Did I hear that right? And then, if that's correct, where does it go from here?
I'm going to call for my first lifeline.
Okay.
So you all can decide who gets to answer that question.
I'm Jonette Kunau with Kimley Horn. I am the consultant project manager for the Beeline and Lake Street multimodal improvements. Commissioner, the protected bikeway extends from East Bede-Makaska Parkway to Humboldt Avenue, which is part of the city's master bike plan, and so it makes that connection. As part of this project, it is not able to make the final connection between Humboldt and Hennepin Avenue, but the city of Minneapolis is committed to continuing to work to figure out how to make that connection in the future as part of a future project.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question about the line itself. I was going on Metro Transit and did not see this uploaded onto their project site, this design. It had an older design without the multimodal path or the parkland use. Can you tell me when this happened? If this was a recent change or if that was just an overlook?
Yes, Commissioner, there was the multimodal improvement project was being scoped between city and county and Metro Transit in late 2021 and early 2022. So the graphic that was on the website was actually prior to any of the multimodal improvements being funded. So that would have been from early 2022. So subsequent to that, the county was successful in obtaining federal funds for not only what was on that layout, but then the city and the county worked closely with park board staff to identify this bikeway connection as being consistent with planning documents of all the agencies and able to be incorporated into this project, and there was funding to do so. So it has since been developed over the last few months.
Great. And then if you could give me just a sense of what the typical long-term maintenance agreement typically looks like when you do a project like this.
Commissioner Schaefer, I think those are things that we can continue to discuss with our partners. But I think in a case like this, there would likely, obviously, some other agency besides the park board would be maintaining the remainder of that bikeway. And I think we would think that the division point in maintenance responsibility would be at our trail, so that this little piece would be maintained by city, county, Metro Transit, whoever takes on the remainder of that stretch over to Humboldt. It wouldn't necessarily make sense for us to maintain this one little block between Bede-Makaska and Knox when somebody else is going to have to run a plow further east anyways. So I think that would be my expectation going forward, and there have been some recent examples of small trail segments across parkland that are typically maintained by the agency that's managing most of that trail.
Okay, thank you. That was my questions.
Great. Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Alper. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, we says resolution approving temporary occupancy, but this is a paved road, so it's kind of permanent, right? I mean, would that be more of a temporary being like for the next 40 years, but like it's not like the thing that just happened with the construction, like with construction things, where we're literally just letting someone park their construction vehicles on our land and then they leave after 18 months. This is a permanent thing.
Yeah, Chair Alper, Commissioner Thompson, yes, the improvements would be seen as permanent. As I understand it, the phrase temporary occupancy, under these federal rules really is responding to the fact that how do I put this? The land will only be diverted from park use temporarily while they build the trail. And then the property lines will not change. We will continue to own this land. The trail is occupying that land, but the impact, the constructive impact when they're under construction is only temporary. If in the future this trail ever went away, the park board would still own the underlying property. And that's one of the key facets of going through a temporary occupancy under 4F, is that there cannot be any change in land ownership, no permanent easement, nothing like that. It has to be kind of in the same hands that it always was. So it might be a little bit of a term of art, but temporary occupancy is regularly used for small trail segments that cross parkland, where the parkland remains in the ownership of the agency with jurisdiction, which is the park board.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, if I'm looking at this map correctly. So I coach softball again now, and I've got a pretty good arm. If I were to give it my best shot, would I be able to throw it and hit the Midtown Greenway? I mean, it's that close, right? So I guess my question is, what is the difference between this path and the Greenway, and are they converging shortly thereafter? And what is, especially knowing that this only goes to Humboldt, I'm trying to get a picture of where we are and what would be giving up when there's a bike trail just literally I think it's like a block away. Is that correct?
Certainly. Chair Alper, Commissioner Thompson, there is an access to the Midtown Greenway just north on the Bede-Makaska Trail. You would pass actually under the Greenway and then kind of loop around to the other side. So it is in close proximity. I think this multimodal trail is envisioned more as a local, residential or business connection, because you'd be there on street level, connected to it. Humboldt Avenue, interestingly, is actually one of the streets that runs kind of right up through the mall and connects to the Greenway there too. So ending that at Humboldt does also provide a connection to the Greenway, which allows you to go further across town. It may perhaps seem redundant as bicycle infrastructure, but I think we certainly have vehicular roads at this frequency of the grid. And so I know that the city and county and other partners have really been just trying to make sure that there is a lot of redundancy in that bicycle network so that people have a lot of different types of options.
Okay, yeah, that answered my question. Thank you.
Co-Chair Benny.
I just want to make a comment based on that last statement. Totally get that. But one thing we have to always remember our surface streets, especially as they abut any kind of a dwelling or structure, actually are also serving the dual purpose of being what's called a fire apparatus road. It's essentially a fire lane, and that's its primary function, and that's got a 20-foot minimum width requirement. So while we want to build some redundancy in the grid for bikes, there's a sort of another purpose for our streets that we don't have a solution for. But that's not why I put my light on. I do think in this location, I think there's going to be a large increase in traffic once our facility's in there. And I mean ped and bike traffic in addition to, because actually, frankly, bikes and peds are the best way to access the refectory. So I think that makes sense. The reason I put my light on is, as much as the park board is able to work with the partners on these projects, especially on multimodal infrastructure, if the signage could be really clear. Like I personally, when I'm on my bike or even walking, I really need clear instructions. I can't, I don't want to interpret, I don't want to make a mistake, I don't want to get in anyone's way. And this will be, I think, pretty congested in here. And I love that we do the large landings, that's really important. The place where you come down by Richfield Road and all of that, it's great. And it's been redone in there, it's just perfect. So signage, really thinking through how the space is going to be used and people will move through is what I'd request. But I mean, I support this, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Okay, not seeing any lights. I just want to say I'm in support of this. I think something that I'm excited about this project is that I could envision biking with my 8-year-old who is newly on her own bike and having safe infrastructure where there's that big landing for her to, launch when the light turns green feels really good to me, and a good use of this particular Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966. I think we're making a real improvement here. So with that, I will just pause. I don't see any further lights, so let's take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes. And with that, yes, Secretary Ringgold.
Thank you, Co-Chair Alpert. The minutes are correct. We had some gap in the summer from a staffing shortage standpoint, so things are just getting replenished. So you're good.
Okay, great. So let's go back to that, and I believe Commissioner Olson moved.
My motion to approve the minutes from
June 15th.
June 15th, 2022.
Great. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right, and with that, we'll adjourn the Planning Committee. Thanks.
All right, and we will call back to order the full board meeting. And I believe we need a motion to, for the resolution 2023-38, because that.
I will move Resolution 2023-38. It's a resolution approving amendment number 1 to the use agreement with the Linden Hills Bocce Club for an additional 5 years at Linden Hills Park, but we amended that to be 1 year, so 1 year at Linden Hills Park. Sorry, I just couldn't stop myself from reading it.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. All right, moving right along, we are on petitions and communications. And we're going to start down here with Commissioner Mins.
I always like to have a little story about how our facilities really impact young people. And I had the pleasure of going to a really important basketball game for Edison High School. And there's a boy on the team named Diedrich Taylor. And if you ever have met Diedrich, he goes by Dieter. He basically has lived at Botno Park for most of his young life. And he's worked very hard. He's played baseball, he's played football, but he is a basketball player. And Edison has had a pretty good season. It's probably their best season in years. It was our first home playoff game probably in 2 decades, maybe forever, I don't even know. We actually won our first home playoff game, but the hoop broke, and we had to go to North Central. But they fixed the hoop. Good job, school district. We got to play 2 days later, the next game. And Diedrich is one of those players who grew up in the park board. He played basketball in the park board. He also played for travel leagues, but he lived at Botno Park playing basketball, practicing. It is his existence. And without basketball and without Botno Park and the homeliness of it, and the park directors who have inhabited that place, including Joe Hazuka, who does not work here anymore, Diedrich would not be where he is. And his grandmother is grateful for it. The whole community is grateful for Botno Park in that respect. But Edison was down 9 points at the half. And it wasn't looking good. And Diedrich came out in the second half and basically took over the game. And this kid is like 5'8". I mean, like, he's not big. Like, the only reason he is good at basketball is because he has worked his butt off at Botno Park. And it was so beautiful to watch a young person with all that hard work come into this 5, 10, 20-minute period, and all of it come for him. And he was so humble about it. And he represents everything that we should be shooting for in our park system, and the coaching that has happened for him, and just the way that he carries himself. And I just think that it's good to hear those stories of young people and how we truly continually impact them. And, you know, just it gave me chills. So otherwise, there's other work being done, but it was just great. We lost today, but we won that game.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Commissioner Menz. I just want to highlight 2 things that were in our, 2 things. One is that on the consent agenda, thank you, staff, for putting in those resolutions about the Lassard SAMs and the funding in the LCCMR. I know they're small amounts, but those kind of little things really communicate to the community that even though we don't have a ton of natural resource funding currently, we're trying to make headway. So I just wanted to say thank you to the staff for that. And then also, if anybody, I haven't read the whole thing, but there is the integrated pest management report attached to the what do we call it down here at the bottom, petitions and communications. I really think it'd be helpful for us to read through that and maybe even get a summary report sometime on the environmental committee, because it talked about the pilot projects at the golf courses. And
It's coming.
Okay, great. I just really think there was a lot of important information there that I want us to work smarter, not harder, and financially, responsible. So I think there were some good points in there. And then lastly, I'll just say thank you to Commissioner Musich for hosting the very much fun. We're tired. It was the polar plunge that we did, and maybe my brain is still frozen, but that was a great event. Thank you for hosting that, even though we had a little drama, which everybody. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks. I just have 2 things to share. First of all, I want to let naturalist Ellie Hector, who's Danielle Hector, know that she will be missed. And I wish her all the best in her new full-time job at the Bell Museum. She has been absolutely a wonderful, wonderful staff person and a positive force in our parks. And I see her like every week, three times a week. I swear, at all different parks. So it's been great, and she will be missed. And last time I saw her was with last night at Phillips Aquatic Center with Avocado the frog. And it was really great. It was just really great. And then I have one other thing that I just want to share with you that came out. It was an article from March 10th. From The Guardian, and the title, I'm just going to read it, Biggest Carbon Credit Certifier to Replace Its Rainforest Offsets Scheme, and it's an organization sort of similar in some senses to city forestry credits. It's called VERRA, V-E-R-R-A. It's a nonprofit organization, and it says VERRA will phase out program by mid-2025 after Guardian investigation found it was flawed. And there's another article, it says, as carbon offsetting faces credibility revolution, shoppers should be wary. Carbon neutral claims are often based on credits certified by VERRA, and investigation by The Guardian has suggested many are worthless. So that came out March 10th, which was Friday, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thanks, that's all.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you. The Polar Plunge was super fun, and if I do say so myself, my form this year was impeccable. I look forward to growing our group of participants next year, and I'm very hopeful that the shuttle bus that I get on next year doesn't decide to run into a car, thus delaying our arrival. So that I didn't get to jump with everybody, which was kind of a bummer. But still a great event, really fun. We did a really great job outdoing ourselves in fundraising this year, as did the MPRB Polar Pals. And I'm sure many, many hours of sportsing enthusiasm will commence due to the work that we did fundraising. So thanks everybody for helping make that a great success. I was unaware at our last board meeting that we lost one of our colleagues here at HQ, and so I want to take a moment to give my condolences to the coworkers, friends, and family of Iris. Paulbert Peterson. She was a kind and generous woman that played an outsized role in enhancing the customer service experience of the residents of Minneapolis and cities the world over with her educational sessions that she and Annie gave at park conferences. In sharing her knowledge, Iris helped me to be a better public servant and to be a better commissioner, and I'm eternally grateful to her for that. I'm going to miss running into her in the parks, and yeah, she'll be missed.
I would just like to say, Commissioner Musich, you always, I am so grateful for you because you help broaden this experience for those of us who are new, because I don't know the people the way that you do, and I don't know some of the systems, and whether it's stormwater or learning about our staff, I just appreciate you, so thank you. Like Commissioner Menz, we all have different perspectives on this board, but as he's sharing stories, I felt encouraged as we're coming around. As most everyone knows, I'm a teacher. I teach at South High School, and I have some students who work for us. And I have students who come and play, and they're part of 612 ball, and I cannot stress enough how great it is when you get to daily see the impacts that our parks have on young people. Specifically, it wasn't someone who learned how to play basketball so much as just my students are having their first jobs working for Rec Plus, working with the little kids, and I surprised them about a week ago, showed up and brought them hot chocolates, and it was just kind of a fun, silly moment. And it just reminded me of really how beautiful our community is and what an incredible role that we get to play, and how proud I am to get to sit on this board with all of you. I'm so grateful to District 2 for allowing me that privilege. So that's all I have. Moving on. Thank you.
Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. I'm hearing that the Polar Plunge group might expand next year, but I'm pretty sure Commissioner Alper, Vice President Smith, maybe Commissioner Olson and myself have plans, so we won't be able to attend. And in fact, actually, I would say while you wild plungers were plunging on that Saturday, I was actually meeting with the Wyndham Community Council, and that's actually, there's a lot of nice sentiments here tonight. There's a real nice vibe up here tonight. Not that there isn't every night, but it seems particularly nice. But what does it mean, for a group of citizens at a community council to, reserve a space at Washburn Library and to meet, with me, their commissioner, and tell me what's going on. And, Minneapolis is pretty special, and it's a strength. I mean, it's a real strength. There's a lot of strengths. And I think I'm just really optimistic that, things can improve for all of us in our city in a way that I think is meaningful. So anyway, I also want to say thanks for letting me be part of this. I really do appreciate citizens and all of you. Thank you.
Only thing is tomorrow the Senate is debating the bonding bill, which has several $1 million for grand rounds. They need 7 Republican votes. Hopefully, we'll see. That's all.
President Florney?
Thank you. I'll try really hard not to get emotional too, but yes, Iris was an incredibly special person here. She and I were great world travelers and always enjoyed sharing those things. But she was the one person who I felt like she was even sleeping here, whatever, was here during the pandemic. Greeted you at the door. I mean, it was just an amazing thing. But I truly do feel like her spirit is still here. And if you want to call our, front desk, voicemail, whatever, her voice is still there. So she definitely is still with us and will always be with us. So it was a real privilege to have her a part of my lives. Anyway, the polar plunge, yes, was indeed a staggered event for us, unfortunately. But I was grateful that we got to jump the first round, at least, with staff. That was very important. And anyway, I do believe after 6 times of doing this, I will be passing the torch, the plunger. I'm sorry. Whether or not it's going to be going to the right here or it's going to go to the left. Anyway, I hope that people will partake in it. First of all, it's a really good cause. That's the first thing that you guys need to know. Anyway, I really apologize. I don't believe that we have a curly Q of frosting. But I want to wish happy birthday to our Consul Rice, whose birthday is next Wednesday. Anyway, I'm going to pass that on. Anyway, thank you, Consul Rice and President Smith.
All right. I am forever, indefinitely unavailable to ever plunge or be cold or even cheer y'all on in person. It is strictly a digital experience. So you are free to Zoom me in, FaceTime me, whatever your mode of communication. I will not ever, never, ever jump in a pool of cold water when my preferred temperature is 92 degrees. So, just so we clear. So don't ever invite me. I will politely say no and tell you to have a great time. So I'm glad that you guys are absolutely crazy enough to do that. I'll invest my treasure in the great cause. So that's really cool. I'm just not that human. I hate being cold. I'm freezing up here today. So one thing I just want to reiterate is what Superintendent Bangor shared in terms of the meetings, the 4 meetings that are happening with our forestry staff. I'll just reiterate the dates: April 10th, which would be via Zoom, 6 to 7:30. April 12th, 6 to 7:30 over at Harrison. And then April 17th here at headquarters from 6 to 7:30, I believe, or 6 to 7. And then April 22nd, which is, I think, a Saturday from 10 a.m. or 10:30 a.m. till noon. I think that it's really important that as folks are listening, to pay close attention to that, especially because it's just been a really hot topic, and one that impacts a lot of folks. And so any way that we can continue to get the word out to people who may just not be connected to whatever outlets that we use for communication, I think it's critical. And then secondly, as always, a huge thank you and to our staff that keep our parks going, that make a difference in the lives of young people and adults and elders alike every single day, when sometimes we're busy doing other things. It can be a around-the-clock job, especially when you're dealing with people, because their needs and their emergencies are real, and they sometimes become yours because you're the only folks that they know and trust. And so thank you to the staff for making our parks amazing each and every day. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting.